You guys are sitting in a trailer in the what do I call it? Oh, the Riverside Estates uh, trailer park. Uh, it's not actually near a river; it's by the railroad line, and it definitely feels like the word estates is intentionally ironic, as the entire complex, as small as it is a an enclave of Native Americans, the majority of whom apparently are mine workers who work for one of the two mines, most of them working for the Delaney mine. You sit in a dimly lit, uh, uh, double wide trailer, well appointed, with the very old but comfortable looking furniture. Everything looks kind of secondhand. There's nothing in that trailer that isn't at least like 10 or 15 years old. Uh, the furniture is threadbare and worn. It's a thick shag carpet that's been trodden and has got a thick layer of cat fur everywhere. That the trailer does smell of cat, and there is an ancient long-haired cat um, casually lounging on the floor. The old man John Stonehill is sitting in a an old beat up yellow faded yellow Barca lounger. Uh, on the rest of you are seated in on the couch or in various other chairs. There's some folding chairs. Daniel Yellow Horse is standing, hovering at the back of the room, uh, up against the wall, right by the entrance to the hallway that leads to the back bedrooms and the bathroom and stuff. The place smells like cigarette smoke and incense. There are, now that your eyes have adjusted to the light, you can see that there are strange decorations everywhere, hanging off of drawer handles, hanging from the ceiling, off of lampshades. Uh, Anyone with an occult skill at all, with any training in the occult, recognizes these as charms of some kind, sigils or talismans. Uh, Beads and string wrapped around sticks, configured in various and sundry shapes, bits of animal bone and bird skulls and uh, feathers and other various objects and weird little stones wrapped in wire. And it's there's a lot of them on display. And in fact, as you look around the room, you can see that effectively uh, the entire room is surrounded. Uh, there's at least 2 dozen of these charms or talismans of varying configurations. Uh, Very small dream catchers and pendants, and they're on every available surface, and they're completely surrounding you. John Stonehill, the last thing he said was, "The mark of the beast is upon you."
And you owe a blood debt.
Right, and you owe a blood debt.
And we asked him what kind of blood debt, and he said a blood debt.
So he's lighting up a cigarette, an old Marlboro, And he takes a drag, crosses his legs. He's a thin old man. Kind of smiles at you with that sort of placid, neutral smile. Are you government people?
Officially, no. Unofficially, some of us may have careers in that alignment.
Well, you talk like the government, both sides of the mouth at the same time.
So I'm exceptional at that, sir.
I don't doubt it. And
Very necessary for my particular line of work.
you are here investigating the Delaney Mining Company, I take it.
I just nod.
And you're not particularly phased by some of the strange things that you may have encountered or seen since you've been here, I take it.
Yeah, what can you tell us about the beast?
Right to the point. I like you, sir. Well, a fair amount, I suppose. Our ancestors came here, this valley, a long, long time ago, many, many years before any of you white folks showed up. When they got here, they found that this valley is the home of a dark spirit, lived in the mountain. Well, the dark spirit was a plague on our people, and they went to war with it. And they warred for generations, given the valley itself a wide berth. But at the time the beast, well, its grasp could extend farther than it does now. And that dark spirit was kept in check by our people. And then a bunch of white folks showed up, started digging holes in the mountain. And that's when things got real interesting. That's when the beast made his appearance. See, that dark spirit, it didn't have a form or shape. But with the white man coming, I guess it was intrigued, began to move amongst them, took the form of a man so that it could learn more about them. Now, we tried to warn the white man, but oh well, how does that always go? So, the beast is a servant of the shadow. I imagine it's a man by day, could be anybody, but at night hunts for blood. Now, the beast doesn't always come around. In fact, most of the time, there's no sign of it. But every year, right around the time of the new moon, we in these parts call the bad moon, the beast returns to the valley and kills. the spirit, the master of the beast, a couple generations back, a bunch of our elders got together, formed a medicine circle. And using powerful medicine, they were able to bind the thing into its human shell, trapping it here in the valley and significantly diminishing its power. And that is when the beast began its annual slaughters. You see, every year around this time, we must do a ritual, a prayer, if you will, the medicine circle. We've been doing it, last 150 years or so, I guess. So that's been a few generations. And it keeps the creature, it keeps the shadow bound. And if we don't do it, well, the dark spirit will become free to leave the valley. And for the last few years, it's been getting stronger, harder and harder to keep it contained. And every 10 years, we have to do this, I don't know what you'd call it, bigger version of the ritual. It takes a lot. Now, the circle usually numbers 7. The 7 elders. There's only 6 of us now. There's someone ran over my good friend Henry with a car a couple days ago. And he passed. Got his body in the back right there. And he points towards the back bedroom. Waiting for the snows to thaw before we bury him. And, well, I'm pretty sure that was you. And he looks directly at you, Tom, when he says that. So, that causes a bit of a problem for us. Only 6 of us, and the beast getting stronger. The new moon's coming up tomorrow night. And we can do the ritual. But we're all old men now. Haven't been able to get anybody strong enough to take on the mantle. Kind of glances at Daniel Yellowhorse when he says that. Not in any sort of accusing way, but just in a sort of, you know what I'm talking about, son, kind of way. He says, the dark spirit's going to try and stop us. Now, what do you suppose you ought to do about that?
First of all debts must be paid.
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, we've been digging into the town. It's what we do. Came across a curious anecdote about 100 years ago about a bunch of your people looking for an artifact of some kind in the mansion of the human form of the spirit. That ring any bells?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what they were looking for. So, round about the time the white man first showed up, the beast was getting, the shadow was getting stronger. So we knew we had to do something. My ancestors did. So they prayed to the Sky Father and received a gift. Strange ring of metal fell from the heavens. And for whatever reason, this ring of metal, well, it hurt the shadow, hurt the beast, drove it back. So they figured with this weapon, we could probably end the shadow once and for all. So they picked their bravest warrior, gave him the ring of metal, and sent him up the mountain, go down into the dark heart of it, to where the dark spirit lives. Well, where it sleeps, and to destroy it. Didn't work. The brave warrior never came back. The sky metal disc lost. And the dark spirit free to continue its work here in the valley, bound though it is. So they figured maybe Delaney had it in his house. Just in case you haven't figured out. Maximilian Delaney. Well, he's worn that name and that face for a very long time. And that is the dark spirit, trapped in flesh. It's not a man. It just looks like one. It's a dark thing. Like a walking nightmare. And it holds sway over a lot of the people that live in this town. Has a way of convincing folks, doing its bidding, working for it. Now, our people, I don't know, maybe it's in our blood, maybe because we've been fighting it for so long. Those kinds of powers, they don't work so well on us. But you white folks, oh, it works just fine on you. So it's got soldiers, servants, and the beast as its weapon. Well, not too long ago, we did another bit of medicine, seeing if we can find the sky metal disc. And we were granted a vision. Spirits of one of our ancestors showed us the sky metal disc still up on the mountain. down in the bottom of the mines. I suppose if someone were to go up there, go down into the mines and find it, and bring it back, it would serve as a mighty powerful weapon against the dark spirit and the beast. I'm sure it could kill the beast. Might even be able to destroy the dark spirit.
Gonna look at Jessica and say, should we tell him about the other night in the woods?
That would be last night.
Sorry, last night in the woods?
Yeah, it's like 11 a.m. or so,
Right.
the morning after.
Bridget, that was directed at you.
Oh, I said yes. I trust these
Okay.
people. So
Yeah.
I put more trust in these people than I do in this entire town.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Of all the other people we've interacted with, definitely.
I'm not going to say anything unless they really want me to. But
Yeah.
Oh, I'll go into the recount of
Yeah, like
when we went up the mountain to the shed or to the house, and then on our way back, and also kind of give my observation that it went after the other group versus coming after us.
yeah, that was peculiar.
He
So
takes several long drags on his cigarette after you relay the
we
facts of it.
I honestly don't think that that creature is tied to the mine, because the other two were definitely hired help for the mine.
Well, I don't know what to make of that too much, but I gotta. I wonder though, if the beast is a man or woman. At some point they weren't. I wonder what sort of pact they made with the dark spirit. And I wonder, is it an arrangement by choice? Could be. After so long being in its thrall, the beast may well be strong enough to resist the dark spirit's control. Maybe it wants you to interfere. Can't think of any reason why Delaney would have the beast attack his own men. Don't make no sense. Did you give him a description of what you saw?
Oh yeah.
Big horns.
Did he have horns?
Yes.
Let's review the photo.
He did have horns. Multiple.
I'm thinking it's been the same beast for 150 years. It probably means it's the same man. I imagine that if it is, his life is prolonged unnaturally by the dark spirit's power. It makes sense that a man like that might get tired of it, want to break the hold. But I wonder if the dark spirit's losing its control over the beast, how will it respond? I don't know.
Tell him about the rat thing.
Okay.
Tell him about the service. Yeah, good.
I look over at my brother.
No, you don't. I'm not there.
Oh yeah, that's
No,
right.
that's right. Leg.
Yep, I'm back in the little bar reading a book.
Never mind. We should probably go.
What are your thoughts on the sheriff? Is he a good man or a man not to be trusted?
And he's a lawman, so. But I don't think he works for the dark spirit, not directly. But it's hard, I think, for most folks in this town to go about their lives without falling sway to it in some way. I wouldn't trust his deputy, though.
No,
That
I've already
man,
I've already gotten the idea that the deputy is not someone to.
Dirty.
oh, he's as crooked as they come, and he definitely works for the Delaney Company. You got to know, Delaney's been here a long time, much longer than the history books would indicate. He's got eyes everywhere in this town, and the reach of the dark spirit can extend beyond that of the mortal flesh, even bound though it is. Its presence ebbs and it flows, but it can always be felt somewhere in the valley. So be careful. Be very careful of who you trust.
Do we have a
No.
location? Out of game. Do we have a location for the ring?
Yeah, the bottom of the mine.
Yeah, the bottom of the mine. To which all I gotta do is throw a couple of emails to Denver, get a Supreme Court or one of the higher up judges over there to actually grant me a subpoena, and then
Are you saying that out loud?
No.
No.
Okay.
But
If I hear him talking about actual government business, I'm gonna shut him down. Plausible deniability is really important.
no. But yeah, I've got an idea on how we can get down to the bottom of the mine.
John Stonehill says, "No, I don't know what you folks are going to do, but I can tell you this. We're going to have to do that ritual tomorrow night. And if we don't have the metal ring by the time the moon rises, well, I'm just going to say I'm not seeing good odds for us completing the ritual. And at this point, with him being so strong, I think the dark spirit's going to make a play to try and stop us. And we are a bunch of old men. And even the young men working here, none of us are warriors, except maybe Daniel there. We can't fight it, not and win. So you got until tomorrow night to decide on whether or not you're going to help us and do something about it."
To the former, well, look at, again, Agent Jessica and see if she stops me. But if she doesn't, I'm going to say that's a given.
We're gonna do everything within our power to help you.
Well,
I believe with this, we're here for the same cause.
were you going to say something, Suji?
I think that my character would reach out and say, um, you know, obviously we're engaged in fighting the same things and working towards the same thing. Outside of there are many of us, not a lot of us, but there are many of us, and there are some of us could potentially go try to get to retrieve the metal. Are there things that that some of us also can do to help bolster you? Do you just need bodies? Are there components that you need outside of this metal? Is there anything else that we can do to help make this ritual go successful?
Well, there's not much you can do to help us here until tomorrow night. We got all we need. Well, mostly. And he kind of glances at the back bedroom for a second. And the beast or the shadow won't make a play against us here. I don't think. And if it does, well, we're ready for that. When we do the ritual, we're going to have to come into town to do it. At which point we'll be vulnerable. So we could use protection.
That we can do.
And if you're thinking about going down into the mine, well, I can help you there. See, old Jasper Delaney, well, he dug the original mine. Well, that's in a different location, not too far from the main mine, but it ain't been used in 50 years. Most people don't know where it is. But it goes down into the heart of the mountain just the same. We can get you there.
All right.
Sounds like a plan.
Perhaps even Delaney's forgotten about it. Jasper Delaney wasn't always a vessel for the dark spirit. When he first came to this valley, he was a man. Now he's just a shell, a husk, a skin suit for the shadow. Be wary of Delaney. He's more dangerous than the beast. And I'll tell you
Do you
this,
have any?
if he made a play for you last night, he'll make another one tonight. So the best thing you can do to help us is stay alive and get us that disc before the night after.
How big is the disc?
Big enough to be used as a weapon by a single warrior. I don't know. I've never seen it, just heard the stories. A strange metal like none ever seen. Came from the sky. Can kill the beast. Possibly destroy the shadow. So I imagine you'll probably know it when you see it.
So currently, inside my head, I am Rolodexing like all the equipment and everything that we got. Do we actually have a decent amount of spelunking gear?
I don't believe a large quantity of spelunking gear was ever mentioned in any of the gear.
Okay.
Of all of the people who might have that, I would say Agent Jack might.
I have
But
some rope and stuff, but not
yeah,
like.
I don't
But
think you've got
getting-
enough like
getting
caving
spel-
gear.
Getting spelunking gear in town, we already have a bunch of eyes on us, so that's going to be very suspicious. Like, we have to be discreet. How? I don't know.
Because two things I'm worried about going into the cave, or down to the mine.
Just two?
Just two. Not having enough rope and pinions and carbines to get us down, or carabiners, and then also we don't have any scuba for noxious gases.
I agree, but I think this is our only real shot at doing this. We've got it's a question of risk. And I think that the only real shot we have of killing this thing is to get that disc. So I think that we need to go now while it's daylight.
I will say that I do have one full hazmat suit, including the gas mask. That is just one.
Right.
Are you guys
I mean-
having at least this conversation out loud?
I think so.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
It's not like government.
Daniel Yellowhorse speaks up. I can get you gas masks and oxygen tanks.
That might be,
All right.
be good.
And
I work in the mine. Most of these boys do too.
perfect.
We're also going to have to work on something with the armor for those of you that don't have that gear on, because they did have guns, and if we encounter any of them down there, that is definitely another concern other than just gas.
Well, I do have I have one extra set. I have my heavy set and I have my light set. My light set is looks like city clothes. Heavy set's more obvious. So, we can we can.
That's true, because I have that too, so, but would it fit you guys, the
Yeah.
boys?
Yes, the armor's vests are usually adjustable, and for the purposes of this, we'll say that you know it might be slightly uncomfortable, but they'll still be functional.
All right.
I mean, I can wear my civvy armor, which has armor for both my legs and my face and head, and I can give someone the heavier armor as long as I'm not out in front of the shots, or in potentially the like people with a lighter armor should be in the center.
Have one night vision goggles now too.
Yeah.
That's true, you do. Daniel Yellowhorse says, I can get you a rope and climbing gear too. And if
All
you
right.
need extra weapons, we've got a few lying around.
One other thing, my brother is currently in town at the bar. He's not really going to be in that great of shape to go down into the mine itself. He could assist you guys in any other preparations that you might need up here, or getting into the town. He would be an extra person who could provide cover.
If you want to bring them over here, you can.
How long was the drive to the mobile park?
Oh, from the town? Oh,
Yeah.
like barely 10 minutes. Like, this is a small town.
All right.
It's just a couple miles outside of the town. Like, just on the outskirts.
All right. So then we can go grab him. Well, and that should give you enough time to get the other provisions set up, and then we'll trek out to the other entrance immediately.
All right. Give me about an hour to get stuff together, and I can get us pretty close to where the mine entrance is hidden, but it's going to be about a 2-mile hike from where we parked the car to get up there.
While I don't say anything, my face is the full son of a bitch. All right. So we'll I guess we can load up, go grab Russell, and then head back to the park.
All right. That's what you guys do.
Unless anyone wants to stay here with the tribe to, bolster more information or something of that nature.
I don't think that's a good idea. Personally.
I think that with my agent what did we call her? Jay something.
Who?
What?
The Jane, she's Jessica.
Oh.
Jessica.
Oh, Jessica.
You're
You, Jessica.
Judith.
Judith,
Judith.
that's it. That's what it was. I think it was Jay something. That's like I'm starting to lose the thread with the J. Um, so Judith, when she is still gonna hit back to the hotel because she wants her full like med kit on her, including anything that she has for any kind of like treating inhalation, etc., etc. So she's gonna get her whole med kit with her. She's gonna put
Okay.
it in the car, but like she wants it close.
I mean, I already have my full kit with me because we went up to the lake and I got samples and such, so I'm good on my equipment.
Yeah, I'm not so interested in the sample stuff. I'm more into the medical stuff right now because I want to make sure nobody dies.
Thank you.
I'm at this point, I'm not so much trusting the hotel to keep my stuff in there when I'm not there.
That true. That too.
Yeah, I don't want to spend any time in the town, but going back to the hotel and getting absolutely every scrap of anything we have out of there, definitely a good idea.
Yeah.
But that
And let's put
just
it this way.
greatly as well, because we were told we are a person of interest and that we have to stay here and we don't want them to think we're leaving.
Yeah, I mean, I could leave my clothes there, but I'm taking the
Bring it
medical stuff,
here.
important stuff.
Well, yes, we're gonna grab you first. Yes, yes. That was the whole gist.
Yeah.
I guess for the handler, is there like a text? Is there like a messaging service that I can send to like our above higher person to let them know that we are about to enter into the danger part of this, and if we are not heard from in 48 hours, assume the worst?
Yes. In fact, there is a coded phrase that means pretty much exactly that.
And that's exactly what I text.
The coded phrase, and it's to the message is you can there's several different ways you can send it, but text or email. The coded phrase is the curtain's about to rise. The show should last about 48 hours.
Oh wait, they said that the shadow was going to be out tomorrow night, wasn't it?
The
Tomorrow
night
night's
of the
this night.
full moon, the new moon, is
Right.
tomorrow night.
So then I'll adjust the time frame for that plus 4 hours.
All right, done. So you guys have a plan? You're going to go back to the hotel, get stuff.
Go get stuff, any other supplies
Here,
that
Alan?
people
You're
can
gonna, are you
think
going to
of.
pick up your brother beforehand?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
so that way he can also get whatever he needs, because his job is going to be helping the natives.
Right. And then you're going to come back out here to the trailer
And
park.
Yep.
if we get stopped and asked all the things, let's kind of make it like we are looking more at not Delaney's mind, but the other mind. Like make them, you know what I'm saying? Like, because they already were trying to push us that direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that mine's further out too, so it makes more sense.
All right. So you guys leave the trailer park and head back. I'm going to cut over to you, Chris. Chris, you're sitting at a table at Birdie's Tavern. What do you do? Reading?
Yeah, it's. I have no idea what's going on, so I have no input. So I'm kind of. I occasionally check, see who's in the restaurant or whatever. Most of the time, I'm in that book studying it.
The journal.
Yes. So, however many hours into that we are.
Right. So you're definitely it is fascinating. The journal, give me a second. Where is she? Nameless journal found in a cabin in the wilderness. A unique handwritten book written in the mid to late 1800s. The nameless writer begins the journal lamenting the fact that he was driven from his previous home by an angry mob. The writer further bemoans the loss of his entire library in the process, especially his priceless copies of the Necronomicon and the Book of Ibon. Do you have unnatural as a skill?
Let me check my sheet. It's been a while since I looked.
Do you have occult as a skill?
Oh, I most definitely do.
Well, if you have unnatural,
No, I do not have a natural, but my occult is 70.
all right. Go ahead and make an occult roll.
Right.
Minus 20.
Minus 20.
So you're making a roll against a 50.
Okay. Modifier minus 20. Ouch. Okay.
56, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and give me a second roll.
Okay.
Same values.
Yep. Wow. All the painkillers are just messing with my head.
Yeah, you're not certain that you've heard of either of those books. The Necronomicon seems like it might be familiar. I mean, obviously, it exists in pop culture, but as an actual occult work, you're unaware of any actual like real
Right.
occult work called the Necronomicon.
It's just some piece of joke fiction that's out there.
Yeah, yeah. But the way this writer is talking about it, it
This
was
is
apparently priceless, and the two books were the two works were at the core of his work.
okay.
So, as the narrative continues, he vows to continue his worship of the dark gods in hopes of one day gaining revenge on his persecutors. His studies in his new home, however, are plagued with failure, as he is forced to work from memory. And his remote wilderness hideout, which is not here in Colorado, but somewhere in Texas, is far from civilized areas inhabited by his allies. He refers to his allies, this group that he's been communicating with, as the necrophages. Near the end of the journal, the author claims to have been visited in dreams by a shadowy figure promising whole vast new vistas of knowledge. After a few more rather mundane entries about day-to-day stuff, the journal abruptly ends. The last, 10 or 15 pages are blank.
All right.
In the sprinkled throughout are numerous intensive descriptions and notes on various rituals, most of which, well, almost all of which are rituals that he's been trying to reconstruct from memory in this journal.
Okay.
How long do you think you've been working on this book?
Ooh. Well, see, I sent them a message. They never responded. So, like, I'm thinking maybe 2 hours.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like a skim read. I'm looking at reading it, but like I'm not dissecting all the information into it. So yeah, about 2 hours.
Give me a second. I look something up. You feel that you've given it a good once over. You've consumed the narrative. It didn't take that long to read it, right?
Right.
A lot of the entries are like mundane. What you have picked up on is that the individual writing this journal um, is a deranged psychopath.
Yeah. Yeah.
At nowhere does the author mention Colorado. He was originally was in Virginia and fled west out to Texas, which at the time was still a territory, I believe.
Right. And I don't have any of their input from what they've learned to bounce that off of yet. So
Right.
yeah. Yeah.
This is
So this would just be it's an odd thing that I've run across.
right.
It doesn't.
The journal starts around like 1850 and goes until about like 1865, 64, somewhere in there.
All right. All right. And that's probably about the time I would get that text. I'd kind of file the book, put it away and settle up my bill.
There was
Yeah.
some more things I wanted
Oh,
to tell
okay.
you.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Let's see. It is written in English. You think it really shouldn't take you much longer, maybe another couple of hours to really digest, as you go back through and are really like examining the stuff. But what you have pieced together is that there are at least 5 rituals illustrated in the book. And I can tell you what the names of those rituals are.
Absolutely. Yeah. Because I will probably have time in the near future to do it. I suspect I will be the guy waiting.
The rituals that are listed in the book, in the journal, are call the eaters of the dead, cast out the devil, and calling the eaters of the dead. The ritual must be enacted in a graveyard of a certain character, like of a certain quality, preferably on a moonlit night.
Okay.
The second ritual is cast out the devil, which is apparently meant to it's meant to free a person of possession by
Mhm.
alien entities. It is a very elaborate ritual
Okay.
that it's recommended to have assistance with at least one, but preferably two additional people. It's very
Not something you do by yourself. This is
right.
complex and it's a whole ceremony.
Yeah, yeah, and it takes a full day.
Wow. Okay.
Uh, Now, as I said, there were notes written in the margins in a different handwriting. Um,
There were notes on the ceremonies and yes, no,
on
this, yeah.
notes on the journal itself. So
Okay.
someone, a second person, had this journal from the writer and was making notes in the journal on the contents.
Right. So it is, yeah, it's still needs to be looked at
Right.
deeper.
And there is a ritual. Let's see, called. Well, I'll get to this one later.
Okay.
There's another ritual is called the Song of El Negro,
Okay. All right.
which summons an entity
Mm-hmm.
known as El Negro.
Darkness.
And
Kind
apparently, the purpose of the ritual in summoning this entity is to petition the entity for aid and guidance, with notes on the cost always being very high.
All right.
Another ritual called Summon the Devil of Night. This ritual must be conducted outdoors at night, involves a ritual chant punctuated by strange, weird tones which actually has like little musical notes to dictate the key, which have to be produced from a whistle made of bone, which there is a sketch of. Apparently, the notes in the margin from the original author of the journal indicate that the entity, the Devil of Night, is something that can be bound and controlled, but only until just before dawn.
Okay. This is also a very complex, like multi-person. Okay.
Nope.
No, no.
This one can be done by a single person.
Okay.
What's important about it is the timing and the getting the music, the notes right, and the chant correct.
Gotcha.
And the chant is written out like the words don't are very like you've never seen the language, no idea what it is.
All right.
It seems like a bizarre collection of consonants with few vowels, and the attempting to pronounce the words seems not just like awkward, but like hard to do.
Unnatural to our
Yes,
mouths weren't made to make these noises.
correct. Now, the ritual, the fifth ritual, the one that has the most notes on it from both the original author and whoever also had the book, which is also a very complex ritual that can take several hours. Well, actually, no, it takes a significant amount of preparation, and 1 hour to perform, is called skinwalk,
Okay.
which appears to allow the caster to assume the form and capabilities of an animal while retaining their intellect. The notes on the by the second owner of the journal appear to be on whether or not this ritual can be reversed.
Once you open the door, can you close it again? All right.
Like on the possibility of using the ritual to take someone who transformed into an animal and transform them back into a person, but that it doesn't seem as though there is any definitive answer to those questions.
Right.
And it definitely involves an animal sacrifice.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he's taking some serious notes here. Yeah.
All right.
Probably at this point, kind of oblivious to who's in the bar.
Correct. Which is why it is a bit of a bit of a shock, and it startles you when a deep voice says, "What's that you're reading?"
Oh.
And a large, burly gentleman is standing right next to you at the table, holding a pint glass full of beer. You recognize he's one of the guests at the hotel. Guy with reddish hair and a big red beard, who's usually been dressed in
that
sort
guy.
of
Yeah.
business casual.
Yeah.
This guy.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the other minor guy. And I'm like, I've never seen him before. Okay. All right. So he's there. He's the one doing that. Oh. All
And
right.
he's kind of glancing from the side, like, kind of, what you got there?
Oh, and I just kind of, I'm taking notes and I'm just kind of shuffling like I'm putting stuff, and comparing. And I just kind of lay my notes over the top of the book. I'm like, oh, an old journal from one of the people that were, I guess, came through here historically before the mines were even dug.
Huh. All right, so you're a historian then?
I dabble.
Huh.
I like to know where I go. I end up traveling around a lot, so I like to dig. It's fun.
Mind if I sit? And he doesn't wait for you to respond. He just sits down at your table.
All right.
Ian McGuire.
Yeah. I'm Russell, whatever my last, Hargrave.
Oh, Russell Hargrave. I seen you up at the hotel. Terrible bit of business.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. I really don't want to be up there. It's a nasty place. Ugh.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all. I don't live here. I come through town here pretty regular. I work for a mining supply company. These are
Oh,
both
yeah.
of these companies are clients of mine.
Right, yeah. It's like BMI and Universal both, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah, aye. What brings you here?
Some government task force got to go in and, make
Government?
a show. Yeah, this. Just make sure.
Not the
everything's
IRS,
safe.
I hope.
No. Even I have limits on who I'll work with, and I just laugh.
Cheers to that. That's a bit grotesque. There's some of the illustrations on the page you have open, specifically
Right.
the skinwalk ritual is like shows. If you look at the in the handout, there's a picture.
Yeah. It's I'm like, well, my sideline is, like online podcasts about, like all the crazy, occultic stuff. And so, and I'm like, and I kind of move the book and I look at it and I just kind of like shows like, this is going to be epic. This is going to get so many views.
What's the podcast?
Oh, yeah. And I have a card, I'm sure. So I'm like, yeah, here. It's got my.
Thanks. Takes it, looks at it. Oh, so you're into conspiracy theories then?
Well, One man's conspiracy theory is another man's uncovered truth, but yes.
Aye. So, what do you think about this town? Huh?
Well, I'm suspecting some kind of parasites or something makes some of the people crazy, but I've seen worse places. So, yeah.
Parasites. I think it's the mountains, if you ask me. Uh, we're up pretty high. The elevation here is significant. It doesn't seem like it, but the air is just a wee bit thinner around here. I think the lack of oxygen to people's brains makes them a little daft, if you ask me.
Eh, could be, could be. I don't know. That's a good theory. I kind of jot it down, and I'm like, okay, so parasites live in oxygen poor environments.
So, in a particular area of the town's history you're looking at?
The founder, interesting guy, the guy that owns,
Ah, yes, old Jasper Delaney. Yeah, they got a picture of him in the town hall.
yeah, yes they do.
A creepy old looking fella. Did you know uh, that Jasper Delaney was not actually the town's founder?
No, I did not.
Yeah, everyone credits him as digging the first mine, but he wasn't actually the fella that dug the first mine.
My ears are perked at this point. You got to tell me more, man. This is cool.
Yeah, well, seems like 1885 it was. A gentleman by the name of Wilbur Clemson was the first prospector to show up here in this valley, and he was the one that struck gold. And apparently Jasper Delaney, who was a wealthy fella from back east, after the initial boom, and once word got out that Clemson had found gold, well, took about a month maybe for the town to spring up out of nothing. And round about then, that's when this Delaney fella from out east showed up, and well, he bought his way into a partnership. So he co-owned the mine, offered to bankroll Clemson's operation. Clemson could found the gold, but didn't have all the means to extract it. If you notice, the name of the lake there was named after old Wilbur. Yeah, sadly, that Delaney fella was like almost wealthy folks from back east back then. And he kind of swindled Clemson out of his portion of the claim.
Typical robber baron types. Yep.
Oh,
They never
I
change.
mean, anything to turn a buck, right? So, old Clemson ended up disappearing. Delaney bought his half of the mine, and the next year, the Delaney Mining Corporation, the Delaney Mining Company, was formed, and yeah, the Delaney family has been a central driving force in this town ever since.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of the heart of everything. Even though Universal's kind of struggling to even make a foothold here, it's weird.
Oh, they've been trying for a minute now, but they don't have the same roots here that the Delaney family does. They're outsiders, and even though they're offering good money to the workers, they've got a different operation. They don't use as much labor. Got a lot of automation. They're one of my better clients. Delaney's company has been in decline for a few years now. I know they've had to make a lot of cutbacks. They got their office building, and he gives you the address, and you remember seeing it in town. They haven't. It's takes up like the entire block.
Yeah, we've at least driven by it in this little tiny place.
Yeah. It used to be bustling, full of people, but now it's they had to close the whole top floor down. They got just a skeleton crew working in there. most days. I know the miners are still working, but the mine itself doesn't seem to be turning a profit anymore. Of course, it hasn't been gold for a long time. What are they? They're digging up copper now. But they still somehow manage to stay strong and generate enough income for at least to help keep the town alive.
Yeah, that old money dies hard. It likes to hang around.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but no, that DMI, they're upstarts. They're outsiders, Easterners. They're trying their best, but they just don't know these people like the Delaney's do. The Delaney's got their hooks into everybody. Now,
Yeah.
I don't imagine it'll be too long before DMI pulls up stakes and heads to greener pastures. I understand the fighting between those two companies has been real nasty as late. I mean, it's been good for me, great for business.
I don't know.
DMI has been picking up the slack where Delaney's been, buying less stock than they used to. DMI's got a much more automated, high tech equipment, a lot more parts, a lot more maintenance.
They just might be on the wrong spot.
Well, they can't get into the valley itself because the Delaney company owns all the property.
Oh yeah, they got this all locked up, I'll bet.
Pretty much as far as you can see, but about 6 miles west, the DMI's got their mine open up, and it's part of the same range, but they have to struggle a little bit more to get the same kind of material out. The one thing I will say about the Delaney family is that they have always had an almost preternatural ability to suss out a vein. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Every time the mine went dry, it'd be out of commission for maybe a month or two, and then start right back up again with some new mineral they were pulling out. After the gold, it was silver, and after the silver, it was tin. They were a coal mine for a little while, and now they've been doing copper for the last few years. Now, I've not been down into the mines myself, but they've got to have tunnels running from one side of the valley to the other at this point. I'm surprised the whole mountain range hasn't just collapsed under the weight of it. All them holes.
Yeah, that just goes back into what I was talking about. It's a perfect place for a hive of brain parasite people to live. I'm jotting this down. I just laugh like I'm only halfway joking.
Mm-hmm. He chuckles like he's amused by your conspiracy, your brain parasites idea.
I'm like, yeah, that's crazy. Tunnels like that. We didn't have that where I was growing up. Kids must get lost in there all the time.
Where are you from?
I was from Indiana, but I spent most of my time up in Portland.
Oh, Portland's lovely. I've been up there. It's a bit wet in the winter, but lovely in the spring.
Best weed in North America. I love it.
Oh, aye, you smoke then, do you?
Oh, that. Come on.
Have you been to Bud's Buttery then yet?
His eyes get a little big. Yeah, I'm not going back.
Oh no? Well, yeah, that Bud's a bit of an eccentric, I suppose. Mad as a hatter, he is. He's been that way since he was a little kid. I think he was dropped on his head.
Yeah, so he's a local.
Oh yeah, I was born and raised in this town. Most of the folks here are from here, I would say. There's a few outsiders, some of the folks up at the hotel from out of town. I think some of the staff's coming from Denver out here, but and then the DMI folks, and of course you got a bunch of the mining. A bunch of the miners themselves are not originally from here, but the money's good, the work's good. Delaney keeps them in lunches. So,
Oh, you know what's wild? And I hold up my cell phone. Is how good the coverage is in this town. It's remarkable.
oh, yeah, that's because it's about 10 years ago or so, the town was kind of fallen behind in its ability to access the internet. Being where it is, and so the Delaney Company uh, did a contract with the town leadership, set up a grant, and essentially they take on the responsibility of constructing, operating, and maintaining a town-wide high-speed internet Wi-Fi that's free to any of the townsfolk.
Wow.
So none of the folks around here pay money for their internet connection. Not a one. Not even a hotel. And it's all paid for, lock, stock, and barrel by the Delaney family. It says, I guess it was done as a sort of out of gratitude to the town, and also an effort to try and keep the town modernized. Keep up with the times. As this place is so remote, I only come through here, maybe once a year. Town's so remote. Without the internet, most of these folks have no idea what's going on in the outside world.
That was mighty generous of them.
Well, like I said, the Delaney family's been here a long time. They got their hooks and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think if you ask me, I think the gesture was more for the Delaney Company itself than for the townsfolk, but helping out the townsfolk and keeping them up to date and connected to the outside world is sort of a nice bonus.
Yeah, because robber barons are so generous. I just kind of laugh. I'm sure he had no interest for himself in this.
You have to watch out for them types, right? Them rich folk from back east. Anytime they come offering you a deal and seems too good to be true, it certainly is. I guarantee you there are strings attached and probably hooks as well.
My friend, too good to be true is a universal saying, and it applies everywhere. You know it.
Right. Cheers to that. Amen.
He's kind of jotting this stuff, to memory anyway. He's like, yeah, this is an odd town. I like it, but it's, woo, man, I'm a weird one, and this place weirds me out.
I used to live here a long time ago. I got family here, but to be honest with you, if it wasn't for work, I wouldn't come back here at all.
Just kind of creepy.
I find it rather depressing, to be honest.
It's a pretty town, but it's strange.
Well, it's pretty now in the winter. In the spring, once it warms up and the lake thaws out, that lake is grotesque. Just gets this particular strain of algae that grows it, and it forms a thick sludge-like coating over the entire lake. You can't swim in it.
That sounds
You can
terrible.
fish, but the fish are small and smell and taste terrible. Not really good for much, except for as a water source for the mines.
Well, between you and me, I think that's why this task force is here.
Oh, you're with the EPA then?
We're associated. It's all, that big tangle of government stuff.
Well, I can assure you, sir, that all of the equipment that I sell to these people through the Condor mining supply company, it's all absolutely A-list quality, AAA top tier, and abides by all current EPA environmental standards. In fact, we have been pushing out a whole line of products that's green mining equipment. We're talking about solar energy driven and hydroelectric mining gear, drills, elevators, lights, atmosphere conditioning, the whole 9 yards.
I tell you what, if you were to be given like a list of like pollutants, could you recommend what equipment would be used to remove them?
Hypothetically, I suppose I could.
You know, that's your job is sales, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool.
We have a whole line of scrubbers that we sell, and the scrubbers are important because, you know, a lot of these mines, the deeper you go, the harder it is to keep the air from going bad.
Oh yeah, and depending on what you're scrubbing, you can kind of figure out what somebody's digging for.
All right.
Okay, I've talked to my brother. He knows all about that. Do you have a card where I can reach you? Your phone number,
sure,
cell
sure.
number?
Aye. And he opens his wallet and pulls out a card and gives it to you.
All right, I'm like, yeah.
Ian McGuire, Condor, CON, capital DOR, mining supply company.
All right, yeah. Hey, you guys, you think about doing some side consulting business, say for the federal government? Up and up, legit, good money.
I have to say, I enjoy I enjoy traveling, and well, you know, the Condor company keeps me pretty busy. I don't really have a lot of free time, and I really don't like being told what to do. And I know them government jobs come with good benefits, but it's been a lot of time having to follow.
Hey, buddy, no, I get you. Take a look at me. I'm a pot smoking hippie conspiracy theorist podcaster, and I make money contracting for the federal government. And I just laugh. It can be done.
I believe it. You're certainly an odd fella. Well, enjoyed time with you. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. It's great talking to you, man. He's just all thrilled with this conversation.
He gets up. He's finished his beer at this point. He gets up and goes over to the bar, pays, and then walks out. Right around the time that your crew, the rest of the team, comes walking in the door.
Hi, everybody. And are they?
Oh, and everybody stepped away.
Everybody stepped away. So, but oh wait, no, there's Greg.
All right, you guys have just arrived at Birdie's Tavern.
I scan the room for.
As you're walking in the door, the big burly fellow with a reddish beard and red hair in his 40s comes through the front door coming out. And, oh, excuse me, sorry. Gets sidles out of the way. And you recognize him as being one of the guests over at the hotel.
Yes. I scan the room for Russell.
Yeah, and I'm waving at you. Like, oh, we're here, man.
Ah, all right. Head straight over. Well, did we learn anything new?
I got some really weird culty stuff. I know you're not into that, but I'll be looking into that. I might have some stuff that we can do later.
All right.
But we're right. The Wi-Fi here, and I kind of explain, and I go through what I was, that. And I'm
what you just learned?
Yeah, because so lore dump, and then I'm like, how'd it go with you guys? Yeah, I catch up on with what they did.
We catch you up, or I catch you up with what we learned over at the trailer park and your new job title.
Oh, this is going to be fun. And he picks up the book and I relate, back and forth. We're talking about this shadow, and this journal talks, the raising of the shadow and everything and how it abruptly stops, in the year that this, right close to when this whole thing was started and founded.
Actually, there's about a 20-year gap.
Oh,
The journal, the last entry in the journal is 1864.
right.
The town was the first mine. McGuire said was in 1885.
Oh, so that's interesting. What happened in those 20 years? Anyway, well, we'll figure that out. And he puts his stuff away and settles up his bill, and he's just gonna hobble out. Okay, I am
And
assuming I
help,
am
I'll
in.
help you out.
Yeah, I'm assuming I am like in really bad shape, and I go, hey, I holler over
Well,
at
I'm
Bert.
gonna
That
I'm gonna
must
say that you're not as in the worst shape that you've been in. What's your hit point total currently?
right now after that medicine that we got. That's right, I forgot about that. Uh, I'm at 6
Out of how
out
many?
of 11, so I'm at half.
Go ahead and get a D4 back.
Oh, okay, all right.
Your leg is in a lot of pain,
Oh yeah.
and it's stiff and difficult to put a lot of weight on. But
But I can.
uh,
All right, all right.
you can walk on it. You're hobbling. You have a basically you're moving at like half speed.
Okay, all right, all right. So I don't because I was just going to see if where to buy a wheelchair.
Oh, there's a clinic just
Yeah.
up on the top of the hill.
So, but yeah, exactly. I figured there had to be a place to get a wheelchair in town. Um, that would be about the same speed though when dealing with obstacles. So I'm just going to hobble, and just I'm going to hobble along, see if I can find like a cane somewhere, if we go to a store. But yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I see you. I might give a cursory pass over it and, you know, make sure your wound's not like got any additional problems.
Well,
Yeah,
let's.
no real signs of infection at the moment.
Yeah, good.
And yeah.
You
Take
did an excellent
duty.
job pressing it.
So what are we doing? We have a day.
I believe you guys. They were picking you up, and then the plan is for you guys to go back up to the hotel to grab stuff.
Right.
So you guys make it back to the hotel, and when you get there, it's pretty quiet. You can see that there's the restaurant is open for lunch. There's nobody from the town, however. Like the first real day that you were there, like at lunchtime and again at dinner, a lot of people from the town came up and were eating at the hotel restaurant. There's nobody from the town. It's there's nobody in the restaurant except the staff.
Any sheriffs or deputies still there?
Nope.
Huh.
Nope.
All right.
None of the police are still there. The second floor, there's a tape over the button to the second floor on the elevator, and if you take the stairs, the door to the second floor has been taped off with police tape, so the entire second floor is blocked off.
All right. I just.
But your stuff is there. You see the manager gives you guys kind of the hairy eyeball when you come in.
The manager? The female?
Manager, yeah, the lady, Angela Moore. She's had a pretty sour expression on her face most of the times that you've seen her, but she when you guys walk in, she like looks at you like she is not pleased to see you until you get within like 10 feet of her, and then she like her face pops into this smile like hi.
Jessica's not going to lose sleep over
Yeah, I just.
it.
Yeah, I continue on by the elevator.
So you go up to your rooms, gather whatever gear that you're getting,
I get
and
all the
then
electronics, and I make sure everybody, like anybody that has a radio, a phone, a monitor, any weird equipment, I'm like, let's get it together and bring it with us. We'll figure out how to use it on the way.
Yep, all the things but the clothes and toiletries.
Yep.
all right, you guys get that stuff and make it back down to the car, and then you're on your way back out to the
Mine.
to the
Trailer park.
Trailer park.
thank you. All right.
Any tails?
Legit question.
Why don't you give me an alertness test?
Can I drive in a specific way to make it easier to spot a trail?
I mean, not really, because this is a small town with not a lot of traffic, and the roads are still packed with snow. It'd be actually pretty difficult to tail you and not be spotted.
That makes sense.
Like anybody trying to tail you is at a disadvantage. So, what'd you get on that roll? Go ahead and add.
I noticed a butterfly following us. It was tailing us very, very closely.
You guys have a plus 20 to the roll because of the
I got it. I got an 86, which was a failure, but if you add 20, then I got it.
correct. So yes, you, Tom, are fairly certain that there's nobody is tailing you, not by car anyway.
Okay, all right. There's brown.
Except for astral projection phenomena or whatever rando occult crap they're doing. Like,
Well, there's no
normal flesh and blood people are not following us.
Packing paper. It's perfect for that.
Excellent.
All right, you guys get out to the Riverside Estates, where Daniel Yellowhorse is got his GMC Jimmy loaded up and is waiting for you guys. When you guys arrive, he says, "Leave the car here, and we'll load all our stuff into my vehicle."
I gear to the max, but otherwise go.
There's no sense taking more than one, and I know where we're going. And we got to park off road a little bit, and in the snow, it's going to be a little tough. And you can see he's got like snow tires on his truck, and his it's a little bit better suited. It's got a higher suspension, a little better suited for rugged terrain than your SUV.
That'll work.
All right.
I'm going, I assume.
That's what I'm asking. Are you going with them, Chris?
Unless somebody
Well,
suggests I don't.
we outlined where we were going, and my suggestion was for you to help the indigenous people with their setup, and
They made it clear that there's not really any way he can help them. They would be babysitting him.
basically. But I'm going to make him feel important.
Your brother is trying to make you sit out this trip back at the
that's
trailer park.
Due to your injury, you're probably going to be more of a hindrance than a help.
He
Maybe.
seems better at this point.
yeah. I'm limping. I'm like, I'm not dead yet, baby brother.
All right.
So you're riding with him, all right?
Yep.
So you guys all pile into the Jimmy, and
So, and just to be clear, then, both of you that do not have armor on, both Judith and Jessica were loaning you their vest they're not using.
Oh, well, okay.
well, yeah, tell them what the armor value is. You guys have that? You should have that written on your character sheet somewhere, I think.
Let's see. Description, instance, motivations. I have no idea where to add that unless just
I have no
description.
idea
Armor
where
and
it
gear.
is. I
Okay.
can't even find it.
Armor and gear.
Yeah, I've just got standard Kevlar armor.
Hold on a second.
Mine's a armor piercing round protection plate.
One second while I tell you guys what your armor values are so you can write them down.
Ready.
Equipment. There we go. Body armor. All right, so you've got the Kevlar vest, which can be worn under outer garments.
Right.
That is armor rating 3.
3.
There's the reinforced Kevlar vest, which can also be worn underneath, but is bulkier and more noticeable. That is armor value 4. The tactical body armor, that's the like the SWAT stuff, the military grade stuff. That is armor value 5.
That's the equivalent of what the
If your body armor has a plate in it, that is tactical body armor.
Yep.
Because it literally has a steel plate that is like 15, 20 pounds.
Yeah, that's what I have. That's
Right.
the heavier one.
After
Yeah,
I have
being
two
shot,
sets, I have
I am without shame, I am grabbing that shit and putting it on me.
Thank you.
So you both got what? The Kevlar vest, the level 3 armor?
No, mine's a
I grabbed the armor piercing stuff.
So the two people who do not have body armor, the brothers,
Right.
you guys are loaning them your lighter armor.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm loaning somebody my heavier armor.
I'm
Oh, you're
doing the
giving them the
opposite.
tactical.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's bulky and it makes it hard for me to move, and I
Mhm.
want to be able to move fast so that I can get to anybody who has an issue.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So the two brothers now are equipped with tactical body armor level 5.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm wearing my tactical armor. I was
Yeah.
giving up my
The Kevlar.
rating 3 armor.
All right. So one of the brothers has
Jessica and
tactical
James
armor.
is doing opposite.
That's
Right.
correct.
I'm happy with getting the armor value of 3, so that's fine.
Okay. Make a note of that.
Yep.
You have got a Kevlar vest,
have.
armor rating 3.
Yep. And I noted
And
mine.
you've got, Chris, you've got a armor rating 5 tactical armor, which is
Right.
not concealable.
Right. Yeah, no, it looks ridiculous. I've got that big, hippie pullover and armor, stuff on top of it and everything else.
Yeah, you got the like war journalist vibe or VIP being protected kind of vibe. Like you don't look like you should be wearing the armor.
You're right.
And they had to show you how to like adjust it too, because the
Oh, yeah.
tactical armor requires a little more adjustment.
Yep. I have no idea how to wear this stuff, so it looks ridiculous.
All right, so you guys are suited up, and the trip out of town doesn't really take that long. Let me go over to the valley map. All right, so we're all over on the valley map. So as you can see, the DMI is located to the north across the river, and it is actually up above the level of the town, but still low on the mountain, on a sort of a flat plateau that's about 3 miles wide. There are roads that are not represented on the map. There's little side roads and dirt roads and stuff, and that's where Daniel is taking you guys. He's taking you. Let's see, 2 miles. Put an X. X. About 3/4 of a mile to a mile northeast of the DMI. I'm sorry, not DMI, of the of the DMI mine. DMI is the Delaney Mining company. Yeah, about a mile or so northeast. But he has to drop the car off. Yeah, here. So you're within sight of the lake, and then you're hiking about 2 miles along the ridge line to somewhere that he knows where you're going.
Going to pay particular attention as we go.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for landmarks so that if we have to come back, we won't get lost.
Well, it's a little easier because you're on an incline, right? So the town is basically to your left, and the lake and the town are to your left, but it's heavily wooded. But basically, uphill is to the north generally, and you're moving along this like the slope of the mountain towards the base, but still up above where the DMI mine is located.
Right. We could see how we're related to the area around us.
Right.
Right.
Daniel has a rifle, like a Winchester, like lever action with a scope on it, and he's also got a modern revolver on like a belt holster.
Daniel's the younger one, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Daniel Yellowhorse is the and he looks fit, and he definitely knows his way around these woods and this mountain because he's just unerringly taking you to where you need to go. And you don't know where that is. At this point, there's no track, there's no trail. You've left the car behind, and it's about a 2-mile hike.
So this kid knows, or this guy knows where he's going. This is
It's midday at this point. It's probably around getting close to 1. It's quiet. It's not snowing, but the sky is overcast and gray. There's no animals making any noises anywhere. There's just the sound of the snow crunching under your boots, the laboring of your breathing, Chris's occasional winces in pain. Let me get this ready. There we go. And with a little warning or preamble, you guys come out of the thick, and the forest is thick. It's all pine, and it's really dense. at this point, and somewhat difficult to traverse. But suddenly and without warning, after about 2 miles, you guys break out into this small clearing with this demolished structure. Which I believe everyone can see now. Sort of wedged in between two very large sort of outcroppings of stone and like hillocks around them, there is this concrete foundation, this dilapidated wooden building that's partially collapsed. And as you guys get out, there's nothing but the sound of your breathing and the wind, which is picked up a little, and it's the temperature's dropped a little bit. It's noticeably a couple of degrees. It's cold.
So
Daniel leads you guys kind of up over the fallen timber and up onto the foundation, and he has to kind of find this one spot where he has to like move some boards and open up a little hole that he has to like duck and kind of crouch and get under to step into the structure. Just inside, there's debris all over the place and the ceiling collapsing. But in the center, there is the dilapidated remnants of what is clearly a very old elevator shaft that is pretty much just an open pit. There's no car, and there's the ropes and pulleys and chains and all that mechanism is present, but is clearly like non-functional. So you guys are inside this dilapidated structure, looking down. That. There is a rickety, rotting old wooden ladder nailed to the side of the support beams, running down into the stone, into the darkness. You cannot see the bottom. There is a very faint flow of air that seems to be occurring around the mouth of the shaft. After a moment, you realize it's not air gently blowing up, it's air gently flowing down into the shaft.
That's good.
There is a slight suction.
Sounds like we go in.
Is this above the elevation of the main mine site?
Yes.
But the air is sucking in here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Russell wouldn't know that, but that's backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Wow.
Basically,
but you do know that they're connected, right?
Well, yeah, but even so,
yeah,
with connected,
this could be the fresh air vent coming in.
the physics of the way air moves, the air should be coming out here because this would be a low pressure area because of wind moving over it. So it's very intriguing.
Yeah, no, the from an engineering perspective, anybody with any kind of technical understanding of that would know that that's unusual, that the air is kind of moving in gently
Jonah might notice that.
Yeah,
Give me an
I mean,
intellect check.
Yeah, that's not my field, but you would.
An intelligence
notice
check.
oh yeah,
Actually, what's your intelligence rating?
mine
Yeah, the percentile.
it's 90.
90. No roll necessary. You just notice that.
Yeah, when I heard that it was air being sucked in, I was like, okay, interesting, but that's also a good thing. That means we won't run into any nasty pockets of carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide or stuff like that
Hypothetically.
until we get really deep.
Right.
So the positive check mark is we don't think we'll get poisoned to death. 1 out of 4 stars. Do not recommend.
Yes.
Probably.
Of course, that's also going to depend upon where they've placed the vent fans and stuff like that. Because once we get past a certain point, we're not going to have good airflow.
Well, yeah, that's.
Also, we do have a game plan of when we get out of here to be able to get back to. Like, are they going to have people on the lookout to grab us?
Do we get a guest coming
Okay,
with us?
yeah. Hold on. Before we actually slide down these ropes or however old ladders, before we go down there, Russell looks at y'all and go, what the hell are we doing again? I'm not sure I'm clear. Are we just going down in a hole in the ground and hope it goes somewhere happy?
No, we're going down there for a disc. And did you say it was Yellow Feather or
What's his name?
Who's the guy that's with us?
Oh, Yellow Horse.
Yellow Horse.
I look at Yellow Horse, and are you coming with us, or are you staying up here for us to come back out?
Oh, I'm staying up here.
Okay.
Oh.
So, yeah. Then I turn back over to my brother and say, yeah, we're going down to try to find a disc and get out.
How long do we think this is going to take?
It's going to. I start setting alarms, like silent alarms on my phone, to right before nightfall.
Oh my God! I said I go. Have you been to what is it? Yellow Horse? Yellow.
Yeah, Daniel Yellow Horse.
Daniel, have you ever been down in here?
Nope.
Do you know anybody who has ever?
I know of folks who've been down there.
Well, I'm about to take my happy ass down there, and I don't want to die. Even any rumors.
He's handed out flashlights.
Right.
He's handed out gas masks with these little, very small oxygen tanks that have like maybe 30 minutes of air.
Right. Yeah. Little spare air bottles.
Yeah. Very small, low weight.
Do we have recharge cartridges?
You don't really recharge them. It's a little.
No. I mean, like you unhook it, toss it, and put in a new one.
These don't. It's just an oxygen bottle that positive flows into your mask. That's it.
Okay.
And it's meant to be used in an emergency. Yeah, it's meant to be used in an emergency. It's not meant to be like, it's not like a scuba gear. It's like, oh, the air is bad. Let's put these on long enough to get the fuck out of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And as he does do the rigging, so he's got like rope, and he's brought out all the like enough rope to like drop down. He goes.
And any maps?
There are no maps of this part of the mine.
Okay.
This shaft should take you all the way to the bottom.
That's good.
All right. I
believe that's about 160 feet.
I set my phone on, kind of like I'm doing a body camera,
Mm-hmm.
and I look at him. I go, "Well, we may never come out of here, but if you send somebody in, you could at least get the camera and figure out what happened to us. Please do that if it happens."
He goes, if you don't come back up, we all might be in trouble. Also, don't just try to be back up before nightfall. We still need enough time to get back to the car before nightfall. We don't want to be up this high on the mountain
Gotcha.
after dark the
Need a-
night before the new moon.
all right, so we need a buffer. We want to get out well before night. Got it.
Mhm.
No dilly dallying. Let's go.
Yep.
So then I'll reset the silent alarms for the appropriate amount of time that we would need to get back up here to stop what we're doing and then run like hell. Get back up here and then run like hell.
And by the time you've hiked all the way out here, 11, 11:30, 11:30 to 12:30, 12:30 to 1.
We got a boogie.
It's probably about 2 in the afternoon at this point.
Yeah, we can't dawdle
So
at
we
all,
have about 3 hours.
if you're lucky. Wintertime, you got about 2.
We
need
have
to go
about 3 hours.
We need to go now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, without delay.
He says,
Just we
he says
we
you're
control
going
as
down
fast as we can,
you're-
put an alarm for an hour and a half, and that's as far as we can get.
right.
Yep.
Hold on a second. Put you guys on the token layers. Put them in the wrong layers. There we go. He says, one last thing. You're going down into the heart of the mountain. It's where the dark spirit originally comes from. And though it is imprisoned in flesh, bound by our medicine, it still has influence. This is the heart of its power. It will know you're there. It may not be able to attack you directly, but it will try to affect you. So be mindful.
Keep our wills strong. Um,
All right, what is the order of descent?
Nobody objects. I'll go first.
yeah, I think that you should go first and I should go last since we got the tactical gear and have the training.
Who's going last?
I'm going last because I got to finish this biggest, nastiest, most acrid smelling joint before I go down into this hole in the ground.
Yeah, we can't have you being last. You got to go ahead of me.
Who, me?
I got to look out for you.
Well, somebody come up behind me then, and whoever's behind me, I just hand them the joint as I go down.
So he's dropped about 100 feet of rope
Okay.
and has given you guys another like 100 feet of rope,
Okay.
which you probably got divided up into 2 bundles of 50. He's got like 3 lines going down, but you guys don't have like, what you guys have done is you've got like like carabiners,
Right.
and
Is it a one on a time at each rope type thing? You're not going
no,
down?
it's the rope is not there to be for you to lower yourselves down. The rope is to act as a safety while you're climbing the ladders.
Gotcha. All right. We
So
don't
that
have
if
gear.
you fall off the ladder, the rope gives you a chance to catch yourself.
So we have no means of tying off to the rope. Gotcha.
Right.
So have
I'll be
the
leaving my
headphone
winter
on
gear,
for-
by the way.
Hmm?
Just mentioning I'm leaving my winter gear up top. There's no reason we're going to need it down there. Or at least
Who's
in
going
theory.
second?
Getting down into a mine is unbelievably cold until you get deep.
Yeah.
All right, never mind then.
Yeah, it's cold right here.
Who's going second?
I'll go second.
All right, that's going to put CG third.
Yeah.
I have placed the order
All right.
on the map, which you guys can all see, right?
And to remind Jack, I have the headset on as well to be able to communicate front to back if we need to.
All right, you guys begin your descent. Daniel's kind of looking over the top, looking down at you guys as you're descending. There is light going down into the shaft because the roof is open, right? So you're just seeing the sky. But it doesn't take long before that light becomes dim and wan. Right. So,
So,
And no tune follows far.
Yeah, my Appalachia character would be loving it.
I need each of you to make, let's see, athletics, I believe. An athletics check. Let me hold on. Let me double check.
Might just be.
And if this group was descending into that cave.
There we go.
can I trade athletics for bureaucracy? Can I talk my way down?
Nope.
Damn it!
I have repelling gear. Does that affect my
So a straight athletics
modifier?
roll, no modifier for me?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
A straight roll?
Yes.
Okay.
What about repelling gear?
Do you have repelling gear and you're using it attached to the rope?
Yes.
That will give you. I'll say that will give you a plus 20.
Okay.
So we put in minuses or
Yay!
No.
I succeeded.
Just straight athletics checks.
okay.
Looking to see if there's any other
I
skill.
did things.
We grew up in tree houses.
And it looks like it's a damn good thing that I added that repelling gear because that is not a kind of roll I want to fail.
No.
All right. So success.
Oh no,
success.
CG.
I know.
All right.
Roll 20
So
roll.
about 50 feet down, CG, the ladder rung that you're like holding on to when you're transitioning at one point just snaps right in half, and you start to pitch down the tunnel. Go ahead and give me a second check to try and catch yourself with the rope gear that is carabinered to you.
No.
All right, who's the next person down? Jonah,
That would be me.
what are you going to do? She is falling on top of you. Your
Can I
choices
use-
are to attempt to catch her or to get out of the way, or to just do nothing and have her hit you. At which point a strength check will be necessary to not fall.
All right. If we do a catch, what would that entail?
I'm going to say that's going to be an athletics check followed by a strength check.
All right. That's not going to be good.
You've got a plus 20 on the check, on the strength check because of the ropes.
Okay, so I'll have a plus 20 because of the ropes. Let's give it a go.
Actually, instead of athletics, let's just make it a straight dexterity check.
Straight dexterity.
You know how that works, the dexterity percentile. It's your core dexterity stat times 5.
Woo.
Critical.
All right, CG, you start to the ladder snaps, and you're like, oh shit! And you start to go down the shaft, and Jonah, you have just enough time to like put a hand up, and like she ends up landing, like her ass on your head and shoulders, and go ahead and give me a strength check. You have a plus. I'm going to say you have a plus 40 to the roll because of that critical.
Plus 40.
The combination of the ropes.
Woo.
Sucky
Nice.
sass.
All right, you are able to hold on, and you keep her from falling past you, and so she's now like wedged on top of you. Like you're able to catch yourself, CG, as you basically only fall like a couple of rungs.
Buy a fella dinner first.
But for just a moment, CG, you were in free fall for just a moment.
You good?
Oh, now I am.
You right yourself and get back onto the ladder and can resume your journey.
No for the missing stair rungs.
Well, it's just the one rung that snapped. But I will point out the ladders are old.
Mhm.
The wood is rotten,
Mm-hmm.
and they wiggle and bounce and move and creak under your weight. And they do not feel secure in places.
Right.
All right, that's first 50 feet.
The first 50 feet. Oh boy.
Let us now repeat that process for the next 50 feet. Everybody make an athletics check.
Any pluses?
I'm going to say plus 20 because of the combination of the rope, which you can use as sort of, put a little weight on the rope, and also a renewed sense of caution.
So quick question about these rolls. So for instance, I have athletics of 30% and then there's another 30 after that. Shouldn't it be 64%, not 34%?
I'm confused. You have what's your core athletic skill?
So there's a athletics of 30, which is the standard athletics, and then I have another 34 off to the side.
Oh, the 34 is your actual skill because you probably failed it a couple of times and you were able to bump it up when you do the modification at the end of the adventure.
Okay, just wanted to double check.
Yeah. You had added points to your athletics.
Yes, I did. Yes.
So it is currently a 34. That is your current athletics. So that with the plus 20, that makes it a 54 for this check.
But what?
Ah!
Ouch.
You're getting to know my shoulders and head quite well. What will your husband say?
Success. Critical success. fumble and a failure. All right.
Wait, who fumbled? Ooh,
Pippi.
crap.
I'm getting caught up in the stuff that that Judith is caught up in, apparently.
But who made that critical success?
I did.
Tom.
Right.
For first in line made critical, I made a regular success. CG failed, and then at
Again.
least Chris made a regular success, and then Pippi, we might not be able to save.
All right. So what happens is this. Pippi, Jessica, following down behind every, she's last in line.
Yeah.
An entire section of ladder, the ladder's in like 6-foot sections, an entire 6-foot section of ladder comes off the wall. And you with it.
Great.
As you tumble down the hole, you actually fall past Chris's character, who like pinions himself to the wall to not get knocked out. You strike CG's character, Judith,
Oh, Jesus.
and knock her off the ladder.
Oh, gosh.
You may both make a second athletics check to try and catch yourselves. Any of the other three of you may attempt to help catch them by making your own athletics checks.
All right.
Tom, because you got a critical success, you get yours a total plus 40 on your athletics check. But you're only going to be, each of you is only going to be able to catch one of them.
Is there any modifiers in either direction?
For you,
Yeah.
Pippi, no modifier because of that fumble. For you, CG, you have a plus 20.
Oh, okay. Well, then that would have been moved that to a success. Because I didn't put the plus 20 in the 47.
Oh, okay.
And do I get any modifier for it, or just a straight roll?
Just a straight roll.
I was not able to catch somebody.
Oh, okay. So, CG, because you did not modify your original roll, you actually succeeded. So, she hits you on the way down, but you don't you like one of your arms and legs goes off, but you don't actually lose your position on the ladder.
Okay, good.
Greg, you are unable to catch her. Tom, what'd you get on yours? The success?
I got a 75, but it's a success.
All right. Jessica, you fall past 3 of your teammates and past Jack, who reaches out with one hand and grabs you by the harness and catches you with one arm, and you are now dangling below him. Jack, make a strength check for me. You've got a plus 20 on the check.
I was about to say that not a power stat, but with the 20 that might
Actually
work.
give it a plus 40 because you had that critical success initially.
I'll take it. Let's see here. Where's this thing?
I believe you just
Yeah.
click on the stat name.
Click strength.
Yeah, just click on the
Yeah.
strength word.
Boink. Wow.
That is another critical success. So yeah, you catch her with one arm and stop her in mid-fall, and you are like clinging to the ladder, which holds, creaking, and you kick a lot of debris down the hole. But no one falls to their death yet.
Yay!
Yes.
But Pippi,
I am now in the lead, I assume. I'm gonna...
You're now in the lead.
Yes, you reattach. You grab back onto the ladder. You are now below everybody else.
All right.
And you resume
Yes.
your climb. There's a moment, I guess, where you guys are all just kind of clinging to the ladder, like.
A little bit.
Let's see. Also, let me see. Yeah, and it is now also very dark. The light at the top of the shaft is just a little. You're about 100 feet down, still going into darkness, and the darkness is dark. Like the only light there is, aside from that little pin light above you of the opening, which is not really shedding any light on you at all, is the lights that you've brought with you. And you still cannot see the bottom, which should be roughly 60 feet below you. Everybody make one more round of athletics checks as you descend into, and it is getting colder.
Uh-oh.
Any modifiers?
Still doing the +20.
Still plus 20.
That's for everybody.
Yes.
Would that
Yay!
that would make me a
Finally.
Woohoo!
would plus 20 have made me a success?
Yes.
Oh, good. The Iron Hippie.
Yes, with the +20, you would have succeeded. So we have all succeeded on this round. Yay!
You make the first roll, so it's Pippi, then Greg, then CG. Because Tom's last roll was the catch, I thought.
It was.
And so Tom and Chris still need to make their rolls, right?
No, I made mine.
No, Chris made his.
I got a 48,
his
which
was
is a
48,
fail,
which...
but I forgot to put 20 on it, so it's a
Oh,
success.
okay, all right. So that is you. So you did roll, Tom.
Yeah,
I did.
So
Okay.
everybody succeeded.
Excellent. All right. So you guys descend the last 60 feet without incident.
We'll be going up that way. Doesn't seem. I took 6 feet of ladder with me.
And at the bottom of the shaft, you are there's an open area with 2 tunnels in opposite directions. One of the tunnels, it goes towards the DMI mine, and one of the tunnels goes away.
We're on the ground. I'm going to take out my rifle and activate the tactical flashlight on it, or the integrated flashlight, so I have more vision.
I'm also going to be pulling out those goggles that I took. Those night vision goggles.
Well, with his tactical flashlight going off, you're not going to see.
Well, I'm not going to wear them. I'm just taking them out to have access to them in case something comes out. Yeah.
Verdi, I know this is probably a stupid question, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it. I'm assuming that the mine does not actually have a C branded on it where it says dark-tourism.com.
That is a correct assumption.
Okay. That would creep me out more than anything else we've encountered in this module so far, frankly. But
no, there's no copyright imprint on the mine beam. So.
Russell goes ahead and makes a quick check. He's making sure that, indeed, as there should not be any Wi-Fi, any Bluetooth beacons. This is EM-wise dead down here, or it should be.
That is correct.
He confirms that.
There's no signal anywhere.
Okay.
All right, good.
So, a couple of things that you notice right away once you guys are down at the bottom, and so the open area at the base of the elevator shaft. Oh, by the way, at the base of the elevator shaft is the elevator car, what remains of it, in a pile of twisted metal, old rotted rope, broken, shattered wood, the section of ladder that fell off while you guys were on your way down, and rubble and trash.
I mean, they didn't even put a gate over the old mine entrance, and they just moved on. It's like, yeah, this is weird.
All right.
It is also, the darkness is thick,
Palpable.
and all of your light sources seem significantly dimmer than they were when you last checked them, or even when you started at the top of the shaft. Your flashlights are maybe going half the distance. You can see you can illuminate maybe 15 feet in front of you. And then beyond the edge of that is a darkness that is inky. It is also very, very cold. You can see your breath. It is colder down here than it does up on the surface. It is below 0. Now, you're dressed warmly, but who left their winter gear up top?
I did not.
Tom was talking
Yeah,
about it, but he took it with him. We talked him into.
Oh, you did take
it
him? Okay.
Yeah, we talked him into it.
All right, good. So with the winter gear on, you can tell it's colder, but you don't feel it right away. But it is substantially colder down here than it is up on the surface, and up it's a harsh winter up above. So
that is really bizarre in and of itself, because usually when you go underground, it gets warmer in the winter.
Yep, temperature stables, depending on where you're at, like 68 or 60, whatever. Yeah, even with a breeze, it should still be warmer.
Correct. The air down here is simultaneously sharp in its coldness and thick. Like it feels thick when you breathe it in. Like your breathing is ever so slightly labored. Which direction are you going?
Towards the fastest way out of here.
That'd be up. That'd be the way you
The fastest way out of here that allows us to actually succeed, which would be forward.
Well, you don't know. You know that one of these tunnels goes towards the DMI mine, and one of the tunnels goes directly away. And because of the angle, that the one that goes away goes deeper into the mountain.
Hey, Boy Scout, you got a compass and all that crap you got?
Actually, I think
that's where they took it. If it's
under the mine, I would not at all be surprised. Even if it normally worked, I doubt it would work under here under normal circumstances. And with all the crap we're dealing with, I just wouldn't at all be surprised if
he calls up his compass sensor on his cell phone and looks at it. Is it steadily pointing in any direction, or is it spinning?
Oh, it is slowly rotating. It cannot find north. But you remember what side of the ladders were on.
Yeah, which way?
So you can tell which tunnel goes in which direction.
All right, so one goes to the mine and towards the direction of the mine, does it? And the other one goes where?
One goes to the southwest in the direction of the official mine. Right. One goes to the northeast, deeper into the mountain.
And we need to go to the heart of the mountain.
Let's go to
the lead on, action man.
Yeah. Tell me what's the marching order?
I'll go first again.
Jack first.
Followed by.
Oh, followed by me.
If we're walking and not climbing, I'll take up the rear. As long as somebody's near me with a big gun.
That would be me.
All right.
Well, actually, Judith as well.
I'd be in the center.
Yeah, flip us.
Remember, I have probably the lowest rating of armor.
Yeah, I've got that heavy armor, so
Hypothetically, you should be able to move your own tokens.
Oh, okay.
I'm double checking that right now.
Yep. We can.
Hypothetically.
Yes, hypothetically, you should all be able to move your own tokens. But that is the marching order from right to left.
There's
as you guys head deeper into the mine.
So we are using personal lights. We're not like going around with red in the dark, night vision lights. Because if we
Not
asking me.
Well, I'm in the back. I'm seeing what everybody else is doing in front of me. I don't want to just.
I'm using the light on my gun.
So you've got So we've got regular flashlights. Okay. In that case, you'll see also a point of light behind you, and I'm video recording everything as we go and I'm kind of making very soft commentary as I do so.
He will follow you. He's just bugging me because he wants food. I know you don't want to get up, but you should.
The tunnels are the tunnel is silent. There's support beams. There's a old metal like track that you have to the ground is uneven. It is very easy to stumble. There's jagged bits of metal or wood sticking out all over the place. It'd be very easy to injure oneself down here. And the ceiling with all the support beams, just your motion is enough to cause dust to kind of drift down. And there is a sort of
Thank you.
a palpable pressure, like on your eardrums, like when you're like first going up in an airplane and the pressure starts to increase. It's just not harsh, but it's like you can feel it. It's what it feels like. The air is thicker. And I'd like everyone to make
Going to make stuff.
a sanity check.
Ah!
Look, extra arms.
Woo.
Any pluses?
Nope.
What roll am I
Roll
making?
sanity check against your current sanity.
Oh, sanity.
Woohoo! Man, Tom.
Oh, sanity.
The walls are closing in, Tom.
Great. The guy with all the guns is not passing sanity checks. This isn't good. Oh.
Nope.
All right. Let's see. So hold on a second. All righty. Those of you who succeeded lose 3 points of sanity.
Those who succeeded?
Yes. Those of you who failed their checks, I would like you guys, each of you, to roll your own d6. CG, you lose 1 point of sanity.
I guess it worked out better for me.
I know. Suck. I'm going on a nice long
that doesn't seem to
vacation
be
to
working.
Fiji.
I'm going back to Discord. Let's try it here. Ow.
Ooh. Ow.
Let me see.
Before I count that off, isn't there a projecting bonds thing you can do?
Yes. All right. So hold on a second. I'll give you that opportunity. C is for claustrophobia. Who all failed? Just CG and Tom?
I think so.
All right. So Tom and CG, the cold is so sharp. You all feel the cold, like your teeth are beginning to chatter. Like you're starting to feel the effects of, like, you know, what is it that when your body basically starts to, like,
Hypothermia almost.
very, very beginnings of hypothermia.
No bueno.
Uncontrollable shivering, teeth chattering. It is so cold. But CG, Tom, you both begin to hear a sound. It's like whispers coming from ahead of you.
You boy.
You cannot understand. It's a very sibilant, like, but it sounds like someone or multiple someone's talking very softly, but you cannot make out any of the words. But Tom, you are feeling a terror. There's a tightening in your bowels as you feel this, like, rising terror, like you've only felt of, maybe a few times in your life, usually in, like, the worst combat scenarios you've ever been in. But you cannot pinpoint it. It is at this time, if you would like to offset
Yes.
some of this sanity loss so you do not take a temporary insanity. So what you're going to do is you're going to look at one of your
Bonds.
you're going to look at one of your bonds. Hold on a second. Let me find that. Insanity. There we go. Preserving sanity. So, which you're going to pick a bond.
Carly.
To project some of this fear onto that relationship.
Okay.
Which bond are you choosing?
Carly.
All right. You think of Carly. Roll a d4 and subtract that many willpower points. Two. All right. You lose 2 willpower points, and your sanity loss drops from a 6 to a 4, which is enough to prevent a temporary insanity, which is happens at 5 points.
Okay.
And hold on a second. And now reduce your bond score with Carly by 2 points. And we'll figure out how that manifests the next time you interact with Carly.
By the way, I've decided that Julia's character is going to be the sister of Carly. So
You will get to decide initially what shape that damage takes. Just to think about moving forward. You don't have to decide right this second. But you'll either might grow hostile and angry. You might irrationally blame them for things.
I'm thinking no more wire coat hangers.
Right, you might be, any number of ways in which you basically are sort of consciously or unconsciously going to be taking it out on Carly, or neglect. Whichever is most appealing to your character portrayal.
I know exactly how I want to do it, so all good.
But we'll worry about that later. Make a note of it on your sheet. Everybody stops moving because Jack stops moving.
Where exactly do you make note? Oh, here we go. Never mind. I got it.
It's been a full minute, and Jack has not moved an inch, and he has not said anything. He is just standing in the darkness, crouching, like half crouching, just like looking forward. Nobody can see his face because you're all behind him.
I'm gonna speak into the mic. That's him. Hey, Jack, buddy, how are you doing? What's going on?
Fine. I'm just checking the structural integrity of the mine.
Are we good?
CG, you can hear in his voice that was a lie.
I'm gonna come up slowly to the visible other side of him and be like, very calm, in a very calm voice. Start talking to him like I normally talk to people who are going through an episode of PTSD when I have to work with them. I'm just gonna be like, hey buddy. Let's
I'm
talk.
fine.
No,
we can deal with it later.
I'm just gonna say, talk me through the structure. Talk me through it.
What, the structure of the mine?
Yes. The idea is to get your mind off of whatever is going on and get you talking about it so that you can process it.
I'm worried that the unnatural cold is going to snap the timbers. Yeah. This isn't normal.
You're right. This isn't normal. Don't you think that the unnatural cold would have snapped them before now? Do you think that this unnatural cold is new?
It's getting darker and colder because of us. Can't you feel it?
Well, we got a mission to complete, and staying here, we got to keep moving in one direction or the other. Either it's back up or forward. We only got two directions.
Of course. Let's go.
All right. You resume your movement.
Yep.
1 second. The structure of the mine eventually gives way to a more naturalistic sort of stone foundation as you are just, the tunnel seems to twist on itself. It also is irregularly ceilinged, with places where you have to like squeeze through, or it's literally just big enough for a mine cart to have been pushed through because there's still the track, to places where it vaults to like, a dozen feet above you. Though there are places where the stone seems cut, it's irregular, and you realize that this is probably blasted out although there are portions of the tunnel that seem like maybe natural occurring pockets of space in the stone. The darkness is so thick that it feels like it's seeping into your skin. Your lights only illuminate maybe 7 or 8 feet in front of you. It's like you don't feel like the lights are getting dimmer, but the projected light seems to be getting dimmer. And beyond that distance, it doesn't like fade. It's like there's just a wall of black. You feel like you're breathing it in. There's also now a stench. It is something that you realize when you smell it, that you've been smelling it and hadn't noticed, and you're not sure exactly at what point it started. It's like rotten eggs, that sulfur stink mixed with a sort of animal musk, the smell of shit. And for those of you who are acclimated to violence, the distinctive, grotesque smell of bowels that have been exposed to the air, as if someone the smell of an animal that's been gutted, which is a very particular sort of awful.
Yes.
And it's all kind of one smell. It's complex and distinctive, and you've never quite smelled anything quite like it. And it is in the way that like the smell of a corpse triggers a sort of unconscious reaction. It is triggering a revulsion in you.
In the weird crap that's happened to me, is this familiar or no?
No.
Okay, okay.
This is unfamiliar to all of you. Go ahead and everybody make another insanity check. I'm sorry, insanity check.
No, it's insanity.
Damn.
Oh no.
Pippi and Greg, it's your turn. All right, so let's see. Chris and Tom, you both only lose 1 point of sanity each because of your critical successes. CG, you are going to lose once again 3 points of sanity. And Pippi and Greg, I would like you guys to each roll a d6. Pippi, you lose 4. Greg, you lose 1.
Oh, goodness.
Neither is enough to trigger a temporary insanity or fight or flight response, or trauma response, I should say. But you can still attempt to offset if you'd like.
Yes,
Yes? All right. Pick a bond.
Chrissy.
Roll a d4.
Okay, hold on.
Congratulations. You take no sanity loss, but you lose 4 points of willpower and 4 points from that bond.
Ooh.
And you are essentially resolute and seemingly unaffected at the moment, but boy, you're going to take it out on them later. Make a note of that. Where are you guys? Greg and Pippi, both of you see just ahead of you in the tunnel at the very, very edge of the light as you guys are moving creeping forward. For just the briefest moment, you see a human figure, or you assume is a human figure, dressed in like rags, like kind of hunched over but standing. As soon as you register that you're seeing a figure, they turn and vanish into the darkness just as quickly as you recognize them. Nobody else seems to react.
Hostiles ahead.
Huh?
Nobody else sees anything.
Yeah,
Jessica, you see Pippi, you saw it as well.
Noted. Thought to.
So now we're on edge.
yeah. And that's the way we're supposed to go. All right.
Yep.
You actually see Russell take out that pistol.
Yep. I've got my pistol out, and as we're moving, any outcroppings that look like that could be a tunnel leading off, I'm going to make sure that I'm hitting them with my flashlight before we get fully past them.
There haven't been any side tunnels. It's just been one straight. Well, the tunnel kind of meanders a little bit, but it's more or less straight.
Right. Like if there's like a groove or like a boulder or something that kind of blocks our view until we get around it, I'm like scanning it really hard.
Okay. And the walls are irregular now.
Yeah.
So this is going a long way. I get this, not like 10 yards down a tunnel. We're going. I mean, how many yards or meters have we covered?
Over 100.
All right.
100 over 100 yards.
So we keep pressing and keep an eye out for what's actually causing that smell.
Every step forward, it is colder. The smell is thicker. It is almost as though the darkness is pushing against you. It's a trick of the mind, of course. It can't possibly be doing that. But each step is harder to take. At a certain point, the tunnel sort of widens, and you can no longer see the walls.
What?
You're still on the track, and you can see like tunnel ahead of you, like in this picture, but you can't see the ceiling. You can't see the walls. You feel like you're standing in a huge, wide open space, but you can see the tunnel ahead of you. It's like the light now is casting farther, but in the immediacy around you, it's like the darkness has slipped in past the light, and it's now darker close to you than it is farther ahead. And when that realization hits you, everybody makes another sanity check.
Yeah.
Yay!
Wow.
You were expecting monsters. But that might not be what takes you.
Nope, it's definitely going to be the insanity.
There is a presence. It is as though the darkness itself is alive and watching you. Success, success, success. CG? Did you roll in the Discord, CG?
I think she's on the phone.
Hey, y'all, I gotta take a 10-minute break to take this call.
Oh, okay.
Just
All right.
if you need
So
me
we're going
to
to take a 10-minute real quick.
Oh,
Yeah, actually.
let's take a 10, but can you first, before we take the 10, can you make a sanity check for me?
me? Yes.
Cool.
One
That
minute.
works good.
All right. So everyone who succeeded on that last sanity check loses 2 points of sanity.
Damn.
What's a critical? Is it a critical failure or a critical success?
Critical success. I'm going to say that you lose 1 point of sanity.
Got it.
Greg, I need you to roll a d6.
Not bad.
2. You lose 2 points of sanity. Of course, everybody keep an eye on your breaking point.
Uh-huh.
When your sanity reaches the same value as your breaking point,
Noted.
let me know.
Okay.
I am 4 points away.
Yeah, I'm 2 away.
5 away.
Yeah, you guys are going to want to avoid anything too stressful moving forward.
Well, this is obviously a nice,
sure,
peaceful path ahead of us. So, yeah, we'll be fine.
Easy. It's okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're good.
God. I still got 9 points away. I'll be all right.
Yeah, because
I
you got here late.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Late in the
true.
mission.
I have personally decided that my character is going to go to Fiji and go into some intense psychotherapy.
That's probably for the best. Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna have my character visit a therapist, regardless. I mean, she has a therapist. We already talked about that.
How is Tahiti? It's a wonderful place.
It's a wonderful place. I feel rested and now I'm very sane.
All right. So about 200 yards from the elevator shaft you came down. The cart tracks end abruptly. And where they end, the rails are kind of bent and twisted and sheared in a way that, best way I can describe it is it looked like a giant hand came down and just twisted the track off. Right at the end of the tunnel where the track ends, the tunnel just abruptly ends as well, opening up into what is very obviously a cavern or a cave of some kind, naturally formed. You can see the ground, the stone, kind of rocky ground continuing forward. But you cannot get from this opening into the cave, you cannot get a sense of where the walls or the ceiling are. It is from your perspective, it is an endless flat plane of stone, of natural stone, uh, in an opaque void. Your light illuminates the ground ahead of you, just barely several feet.
Well then.
The stink fills your mouth. You don't smell it, you taste it. It's the air has an acrid quality to it.
Ew.
And it is so cold that frost crystals are forming on your eyelashes and around the corners of your nose.
Hey, I don't think we're supposed to be here.
Have you ever felt a cold so harsh that it made your skin hurt?
Yes.
That's what you're feeling right now.
I've lived in New York City, yes.
Uh, you
Oh, I
are
forgot I got that. Excellent. I forgot I had a toy.
let's see, anybody with any kind of military survival training?
I mean,
This
I was in the military. I don't
this
have survival as a skill, but I
well,
was in the military.
anybody who had any even rudimentary military training,
I would say something.
yes, that you qualify. um this feels like Arctic air. Like, you guys, despite having heavy winter clothing on and the armor and all of that, you feel like if you spend like an hour down here, you will die of hypothermia.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, we are not spending an hour down here because we only have an hour and a half, and it's definitely, I don't know how much time has gone past, but it's definitely been.
Okay,
So
I'm going to try something. I forgot I had something. So I'm going to reach into my backpack
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to take out the 1,000,000-watt flashlight.
Okay.
They sell them in car stores. They are insanely, ridiculously overpowered flashlights.
Yep.
And I'm going to start looking for our ring.
or disc.
All right. You pull the flashlight out of your bag. Is got the big hand grip. It's like a little mini searchlight, and you kick it on. And I don't know if you've ever seen those things. Like, they look like a laser beam. Like, you can see the beam of light and the cone that comes off of it because it's hitting any and all particulate matter. So that beam of light like cuts out into the space, and in that little tiny like spot where the brightest part of the beam is, and maybe just several inches around it in a faint halo, you can see the cave wall. And passing the beam around, you can tell that this cavern isn't actually that big. It's maybe about 50 feet across, maybe about 40 feet to the other wall. Ceiling's probably about 12 or 15 feet above you. There are stalactites and stalagmites. And as you're passing the beam around, the light hits on the floor to your left, maybe a dozen feet ahead of you and to the left. Pair of legs.
Oh, great.
Flat on the ground. And it is clearly a body. It appears to be a desiccated corpse, probably a woman, wearing a pale dress, kind of a fancy dress, the kind you might see on somebody from the late 1800s.
Okay.
It is dirty and worn, but otherwise intact. And you can tell by when the light passes over the head of the corpse that you can see like blackened, shriveled skin clinging to the skull and like straggly hair that's like probably mostly disintegrated.
Any jewelry?
You're gonna have to go over to the body.
Yeah. Russell's walking over and because
So you're going to voluntarily take that sanity roll?
I might. I'm just looking like like a locket that might have initials or something like that. I'm playing a hunch.
Identity marker of some kind.
Yeah, something to identify or something.
The corpse is laying face down.
Okay.
The body is like skeletally desiccated.
Right.
It's withered, blackened. All the flesh hasn't rotted away, but it's like mummified. It's face down on the ground with the head turned slightly to the side. One arm is up, and you can see there is a chain and there is some sort of jewelry in the thing's hand.
Oh.
Clutched in its withered human claw. Do you choose to disturb the corpse and withdraw the thing? You'd have to pry apart its fingers.
You guys see Russell just looking at this, and he's pointing at the chain, and he's like, I don't really want to touch this, but I want that. Any ideas? Sorry?
I was gonna say I got gloves. I mean, I got gloves and gloves. I can,
You do have your forensics kit, right?
Yes, I do.
You've got like gloves, forceps, tweezers, like
Got all kinds of stuff, so I could definitely jump up and do the deed without actually touching it.
Yeah, I mean
that's. So yeah, describe for me what you're doing.
So I'm gonna take out the long nose plier things that they use, usually for getting out like bullets out of people.
Needle nose pliers, yeah.
Yeah, my hands are actually in real gloves, so I'm not gonna put any additional gloves on them. That's I'm not taking them off. But I'm gonna take that off, and I'm gonna take that and some other pliers that I probably have some shorter nose pliers, and I'm gonna use the shorter ones to try to pull the fingers off of it, and the long ones to pull the jewelry out of her hands.
The instant that you apply the slightest pressure to the hand, the fingers just break off and fall off the hand like partially disintegrates into like ash, and not ash, but like ash and powdered bone. Like it just falls apart, like it crumbles.
Right. So we don't know what this thing we're looking for looks like. Who knows if this piece of jewelry is it?
In the hand is a cameo locket,
Mm.
the kind that you would have like a little tiny picture or an illustration of somebody inside it, or even two somebodies. It's silver.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's from the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
It is open,
Mm-hmm.
and there is a tiny little picture inside it, like on the one side,
Mm-hmm.
set into it, and there's an engraving on the front.
Mm-hmm.
The engraving says, "For Clarice, Clarice," in elegant, fine script inscribed in the silver, "For Clarice."
Mm-hmm.
And the tiny little picture, and it is a photograph,
Mm-hmm.
like one of those like stenograph type photographs thing that is, you know, faded around the edges, of a tiny little picture of a man's head.
Mm-hmm.
It's black and white, so you know, it's a robust looking man in his maybe late 30s with a thick, bushy lumberjack style beard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, suit and shirt and tie, like dressed up in his Sunday best, but just like from the shoulders up, in a partial profile.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, you immediately recognize the face in that locket.
It's his. And Clarice is
We're
the
having a
one.
conversation with him just a few hours ago.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. Oh.
It's Ian McGuire.
Yeah, does he have the beard in it? Does he look the same?
His beard, he's younger in the picture by
Right.
about 10 years, and his beard is thicker and fuller in that like traditional, like outdoorsy 1800s kind of way.
Yeah, and I point this out to everybody when we've seen him. And
No. What do you say exactly?
well, this is the guy that talked to me, but we've seen him at the hotel. He was there for at least one round of questioning, right?
Yes.
And you know, that's what I'm pointing out to everybody. And I'm like, and the name in that journal was Clarice, isn't it? A diary in that cabin?
Letters, the two
And
letters.
The letters. I'm like, well, we found out what happened to her.
Yeah.
There's got to be more in here.
That would be why he knew so much history that we didn't know, or nobody had discussed.
I don't know
Well,
what.
I mean,
Right.
I say we don't spend too much time on
No,
this.
Yeah.
we'll figure it out later.
On this
Yes.
other.
Who has the locket?
I have it in the device script things. I'm gonna put it in a bag. I'm not touching it. It's going in the bag and it's going somewhere else.
Bag it and
Where?
tag
Tell
it.
me where the somewhere else is.
The somewhere else is the actual box that has all my supplies in it. I'm not putting it in.
So it's, what do you mean box? Like your forensics and medical supplies?
Yes,
Okay, so it's going in with your like medical gear and your.
that's correct.
Okay, cool. There is no visible At least with with a cursory glance at the corpse, there's no visible signs of injury.
While they're doing that, I'm going to search the room for the ring.
I was about to say, as soon as you pass the light around from that position, on the far wall, there is a figure sitting on the ground, leaning up against a stalactite. Stalactite, is that the ones that go up?
I don't remember.
And it is very clearly another mummified corpse, because this one's not wearing much in the way of clothing. It looks like that they may have had some sort of clothing on, rags or something, but it's like the clothing is rotted away, like it was rawhide leather.
I will head towards it.
Stalagmite is the one that comes out of the ground.
There is an immediate glint of light, as there is something shiny in the corpse's hand. Its arm is like kind of on the ground next to it. It's like one hand is in its lap. It's sort of slumped against the stalagmite. Like this is the position it died in. And the hand with the glint, there is some sort of metal object in its hand that is the glint of light, the reflection off the metal is for just the briefest moment, like a flash. And there is a weird, like, tint to the glint, like it's reflecting off of something that's chromatic.
I'll head towards it immediately.
It is a desiccated corpse. There is, again, no sign of injury. It is laying, its legs splayed out in front of it. There's little bits of rotted leather on the legs and feet, so like remnants of some like buckskin rawhide clothing.
Okay, I'm looking at this, and it's all the debris is leather. I don't see like synthetics. There's no modern tennis shoes.
No. This is there's something primitive about this,
and it looks like it's been here longer than the other by the state of it. It sounds like
impossible to tell, actually.
Oh, you can't tell? Okay, but all right.
Yeah, I mean, for all we know, I don't know.
Or newer.
Yeah.
This is.
But the object in the thing's hand is a metal disc about the size of a frisbee that has.
That's the weird glow.
That has.
Or not glow, but
6 holes in the middle of it, arrayed 2 on one side, 1 on each side, and then 4 in a row, in such a way that the thing's hands, the fingers are through the 4 finger holes, and then the thumb is through one of the thumb holes, and then there's an extra thumb hole on the other side. So it is holding this disc with its fingers through the holes. The disc is looks as though it is a sharpened edge all the way around, like it is a circular razor blade
with a handle in the
middle. We found our disc, guys.
And the metal has a bizarre coloration. As the light is hitting it, it looks, you can't tell if the metal is blue or black or both, and it has a chromatic sheen to it, like rainbow, like prism light. As the light hits it, there's like a patina on the surface of it that gives it this very strange chromatic quality. It does not look like any. It doesn't look like any base metal that you've ever seen. Must be some sort of alloy.
How big around is it?
I would say it's about, what's that, 10 inches maybe?
Oh, okay. All right.
12 inches, not quite a foot. So like 8 to 10 inches.
I don't think we should touch it, but I think we should take it with us.
That's what we're looking for.
Well, yeah, but let's not just go touching it. You got to be a little paranoid about this. Think about it. This man died holding it. It wasn't enough to protect him from whatever killed him. So maybe we shouldn't be picking it up just randomly. Let's be careful.
I will try and knock it out of his hand with my baton.
You knock it away from the corpse, and the thing's hand pops off at the wrist. The skeletal hand, the desiccated, mummified hand, still clutching into the ring, but the ring skitters across the stone away from it a foot or so.
Do I think I can fit my baton through one of the holes that the fingers are in?
Yeah, the empty thumb hole.
Yeah. I will put it in, and for now, carry it in one hand.
So on the end of the
baton.
Okay.
All right, somebody put it in their backpack. Any volunteers?
With the hand still attached to it?
Roger is still going to be like scanning the room because there's still a weird smell in here that so far these two bodies should not be emanating.
They are not the source of the smell.
Yeah.
They don't smell like anything.
Yeah. So I'm still kind of looking around the room, and then if I go the entire length of the room and I can't find anything,
less a room, more of a cave.
Yeah, or the cave, and if I can't find anything on the floor, I'm going to pan up.
There's no other like exit from here besides the tunnel that you came through. However, you can see that the ceiling and the floor have a seam running through it, and you realize that like the chamber has like a crack, like the whole, like the mountain went like that, just like a few inches.
Donna, you should go eat some of that sushi.
Like seismic activity, like cracked the cave ever so slightly, so it was like this, and it and it's like at an angle, but you can see that there's a seam in the floor and the seam in the ceiling, but that's like the kind of thing that you would see because of seismic activity from like millions of years ago.
Okay, so maybe the smell is coming from the crack?
Impossible to tell, although the stone around the edge of the seam on the floor for like several feet has a peculiar discoloration. Like the stone is blackened around the edge of the fissure.
I'm gonna take out one of my sampling kits and kind of scrape the stone and get it into the sample.
Sure, you can scrape up a few like bits of the stone, not a lot, but just like a little.
I want to take pictures of Clarice of these things, and I'll just say flash each time I do, so you guys can.
Are you taking a picture with your phone?
Yeah, like with the flashlight on, with the flash on it, and when you flash, so that
how your phone shows you what you're looking at through the lens. Yes. When you bring up the camera and turn the camera app on, the image in the window is just black, like it's not picking up anything.
Even with the flashlight on it and the flash,
it's not picking up any of the light in the room. Like it's like there's something wrong with the camera.
Mental note: get an analog Carillion digital camera.
How is the names of everybody? Chris, your character.
Yeah.
How is your camera?
I've got all digital. If it's happening to yours, it's happening to mine. So,
Okay.
but yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we'll make sure that's covered next time.
All right. So then we've got the object. Shall we start heading out?
Yeah, we gotta go.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we figured out who's going to carry it, and are we leaving the hand on it?
I thought we'd use the hand as a handle.
Give me a second, would you?
We also got to figure out when we're getting out of here, there is a 6-foot gap.
That we'd have to rely on the rope to climb up.
Yeah.
Or we keep going down that tunnel and go to the active mine and come out through there where they've got safe ladders.
I wouldn't suggest that because then we're going to be many miles from our pickup.
Yeah.
The way you get
And,
past the 6
it's
foot
more
on the rope
chance
is
to be
you give people a boost.
Yep.
Yes. And we have multiple threads of 50-foot rope. We can make a parade like your little kid's hair.
Yeah.
Mhm.
This is being told to me by the people
Who's
I
holding
watched
this?
fall down coming down here how many times? I don't
John?
know.
Chris,
Yeah.
I would like you to make a power check.
A power
So-
check. Okay. Something.
Roll your power stat against that percentile of 65.
Oh boy. Oh.
We'll go you.
What does this mean?
Chris, how the best way to describe this is you feel like a tension in your body, and in your mind you see a very clear image of yourself. And do you have a gun?
Yep. And drawn.
Casually raising your pistol and blowing a hole in Agent Jack's head.
Wow.
Everyone else sees Russell raise his pistol and point it at Jack's head. You're not looking at him. You just raise your arm and point the gun at Jack's head.
I will try and disarm him.
Go ahead and give me an unarmed combat roll. Hand to hand, is it?
Woo.
You're not trying to harm him, are you?
No.
You deftly and smoothly grab the gun and like spin it around in his hand and pull it out of his hand. Chris, you don't know what just happened because you were unaware of the fact that you had pointed your gun
Right.
at him. All of a sudden, Jack has just yanked your gun out of your hand. You're like, what? What?
So I went from third person back to first person as soon as he did
Yes.
that. All right. Like,
looks
oh,
like
Like you were in a reverie, like you were
Yeah.
lost in thought, and then
Right.
suddenly you were like snap back to the present moment.
right. But I remember seeing this like from third person.
Yes.
I watched it happen. I just wasn't there for it.
All right, you watched yourself raise your gun and
Right.
blow a hole in his head, but instead he snaps the gun out of your hand with his free hand. It's like, whoa!
Whoa. Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. Watch it. It gets in your head here. It'll make you do things.
Well, I
Right.
think
I suggest we
I
get
don't.
the.
And the moment you say that, everybody makes a sanity check
Me.
as you all feel a presence. It
Can I
is
get a
as
bonus because
though-
I got a critical?
Huh?
Can I get a bonus because I got a critical on my unarmed combat roll?
No.
Oh, thank God.
Well, at least we all succeeded.
Ooh. I see 4 successes. Greg,
Yes.
what'd you get on yours? Oh, yep.
I
see
sucky seated.
5 successes. That's excellent.
Ooh.
So nobody loses any sanity,
Yay. Now we're
but
going to GTFO.
everyone feels a presence as though the darkness in the room is watching you and you feel it pushing on you. Like the air is thickening.
Everybody close their eyes.
Has entered the chat.
Everybody close their eyes. I'm going to activate a flashbang. Close your eyes, cover your ears.
I'm like, this is insane, and he does exactly that.
There is, Tom, I will say that before you do that,
This
you-
is no, it's a mine.
there is no immediate sense of like an acute threat. Like you can't pinpoint the direction.
Oh, okay. Got it. Then let's
It's
continue.
literally everywhere. It's like the room itself, the darkness in the air is suddenly, the shadows are all just pushing in on you from all directions.
Then let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
Right
that's,
now.
Well,
that's the correct
the
fear
flashbang
response.
isn't a bad idea.
Yeah.
I mean, literally the
But you don't want to
flashbang-
do it while you're in the cave.
I kind of
Right.
see you reaching for it because you're instinct. I put my hand on your chest and I go, no explosives in old caves and mining shafts. Let's get the hell out of here.
Who's
Yes.
got the disc?
I do.
Because
All right, let's go.
Go,
go.
go. Everybody just go.
Okay, CG or Pippi, why don't you and I switch order? I'm going last,
Okay.
and as we leave, then I'm throwing the freaking flashbang.
as you leave, okay, all right. So you guys are rushing out of the room. Tell me who was going first.
I was.
Yep. I wouldn't be last here. I would probably be. I'm going to be behind Jack. I want to keep an eye on him.
Well, he's going last because
he's
he's
going
throwing the
last?
flashbang into the cave.
All right, then I'll be
But
in
he can
front
go
of
right
him.
before
I'm right in front of
yeah.
him then. I'm like,
right.
you know,
Going before that because I'm just,
yeah.
I'm going. Yeah, I don't even care at this point. I'm like,
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so from
That
left
looks right.
to right, that is the current order as far as I understand it.
Yep.
All right, you guys haul ass, like quickly high step it out of the cave. And Tom, as you're leaving, like, you pull the flashbang and toss it in there behind you. Is that
I
correct?
do.
All
That
right.
is correct.
You guys get several more feet because these things doesn't go off right away. Several more feet down the tunnel, moving as quickly as you can, and then there is the loud bang of a flashbang. Now it is still close quarters, and so there is and you're not close to it, but you're close enough that the noise hurts your ears, and everyone's ears are suddenly ringing from the loud bang, and you feel the pressure from the explosion. You have no idea if that accomplished anything, but you guys are now moving back down the tunnel the way you came.
Definitely made me feel better. Even if it didn't do anything, subjectively, it made me feel much better.
As long as you feel better.
All right, you guys are high stepping it back down the tunnel. There is an acute sense of something behind you in the darkness moving with you, pursuing you. You don't hear anything, You don't see anything when you glance back and shine a light back there. But every time you're facing forward, moving down the tunnel back towards the way you came, there is the sense, Tom, this is most present for you because you're in the back. This sense of like just behind you in the darkness, there is something massive, like bigger than the tunnel, that is just moving right behind you. You guys make it back to the elevator shaft in a third of the time
Adrenaline's
that
a
it
hell
took
of a
you to
drug.
get out there. And in fact, the trip back feels shorter. Like you it's still 200 yards, but you're crossing 200 yards at what feels like a normal pace instead of this like inexorable movement forward. But the sense of like pushing you, of something behind you, like that is about, like there's a giant hand about to grab you, is this irrational hairs on the back of your neck sense of like immediately behind me is danger, danger, danger. You guys get back to the bottom of the shaft. The ropes are still there.
Excellent. Whoever's the most nimble gets the disc and goes up first.
All right, you're at the bottom of the shaft. Who's going up first?
I prefer to go last in case people fall.
I got a dex of 15.
I'm just an
as
average
far as
guy.
full.
I'm middle of the road, not
I've
terrible.
got agile.
A good dex too, 15, so.
Yeah.
All right, so either one of you two gets
You guys
the
just
disc
decide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is it?
and heads out first.
All right.
Oh,
I'll take it.
we-
I'll go first. So the
We'll
disc
do Bridget
and
first.
climbing up, right?
I'll go second.
So I'm taking the disc from Jack, right?
Uh-huh.
Jack?
You don't have anything to hold it with, so you literally have to take it. How do you hold it? Because you grabbing it by the edge is obviously dangerous. And there is a hand, still a severed, desiccated claw of a human hand still stuck in it.
Or somehow.
Well, if I can't get it in the backpack quick enough, then I'm going to take the hand out and carry it as the hand does and hope
All right,
for the
you
best.
you grab it, you can hook it with your one thumb by the one empty
Yeah.
hole and take it off the end of the baton, and you
Yeah.
grab the skeletal hand, and it just breaks into pieces as soon as you pull on it. Fingers falling off, the hand like crumbles in your hand. And you are immediately able to put your hand through the holes. That as soon as you put your fingers in the holes, nothing like weird happens, but the first thing that occurs to you is like these finger holes are weird, awkwardly spaced. Like it is not comfortable for you to hold it that way. Like the hand that these holes were cut for is not shaped at all like your hand.
Okay.
But you can hold it, and you got the disc.
Gotta make do what gotta
You're gonna
do.
what? Put it in the backpack.
Yeah.
All right. So you take it. You put it in the backpack. Everybody's standing around, and
Time is of the essence.
you start climbing.
Aiming all bright lights down the corridor.
Which one? Remember, this is like a at the base of the tunnel. It's like a little open square.
Oh, I just take I take
and
one
there's
of
two
our,
tunnels.
I take one of our just like a loose flashlight because we've all got a couple of them, I'm sure. You know, at least like the little tiny pocket ones, and I just put it on the floor in the tunnel, shining, so that as we climb, we'll see if something comes across the light.
All right.
At least see an outline. I'm like, go, go, go! I got this.
Well, they're doing that. I put away the million
Jessica,
candle
you are
flashlight.
starting to climb up the ladder. You guys are Tom, you're looking back down the way you guys came. John, Jonah, and Judith, tell me what your alertness stat is.
My alertness stat?
The skill value.
Oh,
It's currently 27.
and 25.
23.
27. Jonah,
Yes.
you're putting your flashlight down and you happen to like look down the opposite tunnel, the one that heads towards the mine, and you see movement in the darkness, like down the tunnel, like 20, 30 yards down.
I aim my flashlight that direction.
You can see some sort of figure crouched on the floor on one knee. The figure has some sort of it's the person dressed in dark clothing. There is some sort of device in front on its face, and it is pointing a rifle at you, and it shoots at you.
All right, and as a reaction, I like to return fire.
That's your okay. You return fire. Go ahead and make your attack roll. The weapon that the person at the end of the tunnel is firing, or farther down the tunnel is firing, is some sort of like assault rifle with a silencer on it, and you hear they fire a burst. There's and suddenly bullets are impacting all around all of you. Everyone you fire back and do not strike anything meaningful. Nope. But hold on a second. All right. Everybody but Greg, make a dodge check. Okay. As you instinctively like, what the fuck? Except for Pippi, Jessica, you're like going up the ladder, so you're just out of the.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh. All right, hold on a second. Stray round.
Stray round?
I think you're going to be telling your boss no more cave adventures for you. Like, oh, these cave things just don't work for me.
Oh my God. I swear D20 just hates me.
All right. Tom, you get hit in the chest with a bullet, but you're wearing armor. The bullet does 1 point of damage, and so your armor soaks it, so you just get CG, how many points of armor are you having?
I have the three points of armor on.
All right. You also take a hit in the side. It impacts your armor, but you take 4 points of damage after the armor absorption. And that's going to be like severe bruising, possibly a fractured rib. What's your total hit points?
I'm gonna go up. I'm at 13.
So. Okay, so
it's like 10 after that. So
right. That's wait, you're at 13?
Maximum. I was at 13. Yes.
All right, so that puts you at 9.
Oh yeah, that's right. 4. Yeah,
you took 4. That's like a third of your hit points. Yeah, there's definitely like that knocks the wind out of you a little bit, and you don't fall or anything, but you it's like you just got punched by someone really fucking hard in the rib cage, and you like may or may not have fractured something, but it's like and like that hurt a lot. And that's just one stray round as bullets impact all around you. everybody dives for cover. There is cover because the room that you're in is larger than the tunnels, which the tunnels are like maybe like, you know, like 6-7 feet across at most. The room you're in is like 10 foot by 10 foot, with the shaft in the middle. Or maybe like, let's say like 15 feet by 15 feet square, with the shaft in the middle. So you guys are able to like dive to either side. Greg, would you get on your? You did not make a dodge roll.
Oh, I didn't make a dodge roll.
Yeah.
No.
So
Let me make one real fast.
no. You don't.
Oh, that's
Because
right.
you're
You told me
firing
not
back.
to make a dodge roll.
Your response was to fire back.
Yeah.
You are wearing armor, however.
Yes.
How much?
3.
You take 2 points of damage as a bullet hits you in the stomach.
Ew.
For 5 minus the 3, so you take 2 points. And you also feel like you just got like punched in the navel.
Where's my hit points?
I don't know.
It's up by your derived stats at the top.
Just under strength, dex, and all that.
All right, let's go
There it
ahead.
is. Wait, you said how many points?
2.
2.
2. All right.
Let's go ahead, and that's after armor. Let's do, where is it? Turn order.
Oh, wait. I thought you said
It did
the-
5.
Okay, so yeah,
Minus
the
3.
minus
take
3.
2.
Yeah. Easy.
Let's see. Add turn. And everybody can just put their dex number in as their turn order.
14. Okay.
I have 14.
I think you can enter it manually, can't you?
Yeah, just click on the 0 and a box will come up.
Yeah. And then where?
Oh, no, wait, that's 15. Sorry. What? Why does it keep doing that? 1, 5, enter. Here we go.
Yeah, it's
It
a
was doing it
touchy
to me
little
too.
input box. It's strange. Shouldn't be that hard. What the? Secret agent man.
Let's see. There we go. All right. Wait, hold on. What's your dex? All right. Pippi, what's yours?
15.
Is that everybody? Yes, we'll do turn. Boom. Other way. There we go. All right. Top of the second. Well, top of the second round. More gunfire. However, everybody has cover. Except for you, Greg. You're
Yes, I'm gonna
probably
get
going
into
to want to
cover.
make a dodge check.
Yep, I'm gonna dodge into cover.
All right, go ahead and make a dodge roll for me.
I'm getting there. Hooray, success.
All right, excellent.
Where is the 1,000,000 watt candle?
I put it back in my pack.
Blind him, please.
Wouldn't it just be easier to shoot him or provide cover fire so you don't all die?
He's wearing night vision goggles. If you aim that thing at him, he's going to be blind.
You dive for cover as the bullets impact around you. You do not get hit.
Woohoo!
However, you see that there's
Batman
more
behind a
than one
whip
of these
being-
figures, as the one is crouching, firing, and then there's another one standing, moving forward past them, also with their weapon out. You guys have seen like military like operators. These guys look like fucking special forces operators.
Yeah.
Jessica, you are on the ladder. You can hear the bullets impact. There's no the sound of gunfire is very quiet, although it is the clacking and the bullets impacting is loud and echoey in here. But there's a hail of bullets hitting below your feet.
The objective is to get this thing out of here, and I am going to have faith in my teammates with their skills, and I'm going to keep going.
Hell yeah.
All right, you continue to climb up. I'm not going to make you make any check for that. Let's see. Jack.
I was going to provide cover fire, but I realized I can do something far crueler.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to fire at full auto on the
Yes.
support beams of the roof
Ooh.
above these assholes.
Mm-hmm.
So what should I roll? Firearms?
Make a firearms check, minus 20 for the called shot.
Okay, but I have laser vision or laser sight, so it's straight, isn't it?
Yes, that'll counteract that. Sure. Ooh, very good. What is the damage on your? Oh, you're firing full auto, right?
I am.
Or an auto fire burst. Go ahead and roll percentile dice for me. Just straight percentile. Well, so it's not an automatic kill, but it is an exceptional roll. And the total, it's 6 points of damage. You fire, duck around the corner and it fire full auto at the support beams in the roof, and you definitely blow one of the support beams apart, and it like pivots down, and some rubble starts to fall. It does not immediately cause a cave in, but it looks like it might be starting one.
Ruby.
They are definitely like the guy in the lead definitely has to like stop and like kind of duck it back out of the way as debris falling on them. It's definitely going to make it harder for them to shoot at you. And actually you might be able to bring it down with more shots like that.
Okay.
Judith.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Getting up the freaking ladder. I think I was second.
Yep, go ahead. I'll put you up behind Jessica. I'm not going to make you roll. You just run to the ladder and start climbing.
Yep.
Jonah.
Do I happen to see what Agent Jack is trying to put down?
Not really, because you dove for cover.
Okay. Then I'm gonna, pop.
You
pop
saw
up
him
and,
fire, and you heard like debris and like rocks falling.
Okay. Then I'm gonna pop up and try to hit one of them.
All right, roll the hit.
Nope.
All right, you fire, but you're not hitting them. Your bullets are bouncing off, the sides of the tunnel. Like I said, they're like 20 yards down.
Yeah.
And it's dark, and they're wearing dark clothing, but still, good show. John.
Okay, I'm not really a marksman, but can I see these guys still?
You can poke your head around. Yeah, you can kind of see them. They don't have a lot of cover. They've got some, but not a lot. And actually, give me an alertness check. Actually, yeah, go give me an alertness check.
All right.
Put all this in the garbage.
Come on, go. All right, yeah.
You can clearly see that there are at least 3 of them. They're kind of stacked up.
All right, I'm like, guys, we need to get the hell out of here. And then I shoot at that I you know, I look at what he was shooting at and I just try for it.
Okay, you're gonna shoot at support beams as well, the ones in the ceiling.
Yep, I
Go
think
ahead
I
and
only
make a
get one
roll.
shot, but yeah.
Minus 20, unless you've got some kind of device or something to offset.
Nope. Ooh. Come on.
Ooh.
Did it go? Where did it?
It did not. It's probably waiting for you to input a modifier.
I did, and it just kind of went away. Minus 20.
It went into the darkness.
Yeah, I'm rolling it. It's just not
Did
showing
it tell you what the
anything.
roll was?
No, it just kind of vanished.
Oh, try it again.
This will be try number 3. Modifier. I'm going to roll it straight.
Okay.
And then we'll just do it. Maybe that's what's messing it up. I don't know. No. I'm refreshing roll 20. I don't know what's going on. Sorry. It's just not.
Might be connectivity issues.
Yeah. So anyway, it didn't take long to reopen.
If it's still giving you trouble, you can roll it in the Discord.
All right. Yeah, I might do that.
All right.
But I've already come on that.
I'm in the Discord. I have that window open.
Oh, okay.
All right. These gifs, these memes you guys are posting during the game are great.
That's what am I rolling? D100?
Yeah.
All right. 36.
And what is your firearm skill?
40.
All right, go ahead and roll damage for me.
That's 1d10.
Yep.
So 5.
All right, you blast a couple of rounds down the tunnel, and you are striking the ceiling. And now that part of the tunnel, the ceiling is like got boards and stuff running along the top of it. And suddenly the whole thing just collapses down. You don't think it collapses on them, but it collapses like just in front of them. This completely obscures their vision for a moment and makes it impossible for them to shoot at you on the next turn.
Time to
Good
get out
show.
of here.
Oh, remember, anybody who's missed any shots, make a check mark on your firearm skill.
I did.
Okay, good. Also, anybody who fell during the climb down, make a check on your athletic skill.
Yep.
All right. Top of the new round, they are unable to shoot back as they are currently recovering from this minor cave-in you just caused. It's not a complete cave-in, but it's enough debris to impact them. Jessica, you are continuing to climb.
Yeah.
Judith, you are continuing to climb. Jack.
I'm gonna lay down cover fire for everyone else as they leave.
All right, that is an actual thing you can do. Is called cover fire. So you are providing cover fire. Jonah
will get up the ladder.
All right, you skedaddle. John.
I'm like, all right, don't be long, man.
Oh, believe me, I won't.
All right. 1 second. Very good. Top of the new round. All right.
Go to the room if you need me to.
You are keeping their heads down as they are tucking into cover, trying not to get shot as you blast away. It is the top of the next round. They are not able to fire back. Well, they can, but not very, very likely that they're going to hit. Just make a shot as they're firing wildly. No, 93. So wild shots back that are not even coming close to hitting you. Everybody else is running up the ladders as best they can.
Yep.
What are you doing, Tom?
I'm going to throw the last flashbang and get on that ladder.
All right, you chuck the flashbang and jump up on the ladder. I'm going to say that the flashbang will go off. Let's just fuse on those, like 5 seconds, 6 seconds, something like that.
You
I've
know,
never thrown a flashbang.
that's typical for
Yeah,
a
3 to
flashbang.
5. Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right, so we'll say it'll go off. End of the next round.
See if it'll bring down the rest of the ceiling.
That's a good call. So you chuck the flashbang down the hall, you jump on the ladder, and now I need everyone to make, in no particular order, make an athletics check.
Athletics.
I'm assuming the repelling gear isn't helping me going up, correct?
Not as well as it was helping you going down.
Oh no.
Any modifiers? No.
No modifiers. However, failure does not mean you immediately fall,
Okay.
but it does mean that you're not covering ground as quickly as you'd like.
Got it.
Everybody,
Well, I mean, there was a 6-foot gap.
I just see everybody like collapsed at the bottom of the ladder on Jack's head.
Well, that's only if Pippi makes a critical fumble. All right, the flashbang goes off, and you guys hear. Let's see. I'll just roll. You do not hear a cave-in, but you do hear the flashbang go off.
We don't get cave-in, but guess what? They were wearing night vision goggles, so that should be fun.
That's true. That is true.
So that'll at least gain us 1 to 2 rounds.
Day of the Triffids, man. Day of the Triffids.
All right, let's see. All right. Everybody roll again. Athletics.
Shit.
Yeah, there it is, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Greg, you're trying to scamper up the ladder, and of course, you step on a rung and it just splits. Go ahead and make another athletics check to try and catch yourself. Actually, make it a dexterity check.
Dexterity check, which is much better for me.
Yes. I should have been having you made attribute checks for the saving throws.
Oh.
So, success?
All right, so you don't make any progress this round, but you do not fall to your death.
Hooray! Falling to my death sucks.
Let's see. Everyone else, CG's making limited progress. Tom's making great progress. So Tom's bringing up the rear, but he's like
He's climbing
literally
up my ass.
just behind you. Yeah, he's like, "Could you move faster?" He's hampered by you guys. He can't move any faster than you guys can. But go ahead and give me another round.
Athletics checks.
Yes.
Jesus.
What the hell?
I swear.
Woohoo!
All right.
Spider-Man does what happens.
All right. Let's see. At this point, it is Judith and Jessica that are holding everybody up.
I rolled a 1. I should be helping them.
Actually, yeah. What Judith? If you're, what did you make? Hold on. Let me see. CG 30. No, even with a plus 20, that's a 54, so still a failure. You're doing your best to help her by pushing her on her butt, but that's only going to get her to go so fast.
If you really want to help me, you can take some of these goddamn bags of medical supplies.
If you hand them back, I'm just gonna drop them.
Yeah. Nope. Nope.
All right.
Because that's gonna be a big help. No one's carrying extra load.
Next round, continue to make athletics checks.
Do I get a bonus for mine?
Yes.
Is it still, are we doing these with the plus 20 modifier?
No.
Oh, okay.
You're
It's just
rushing, and the rope doesn't help you as well going back up.
Jesus
I
Christ.
actually succeeded. But the front group are finally moving ahead.
Yes. All right. You guys are
We
finally
got
like
past that 6
tearing up.
foot
All right. So
ladder issue.
Jessica and Judith, you guys are almost. You're like 2/3 of the way up. Everybody's right behind you. Tom, you do not have to make any more athletics checks.
Okay, I'm going to look down from time to time, and if I see them, I'm going to provide cover fire.
Who fumbled Greg?
I did, and I passed my dexterity.
All right. Once again, you guys are slowed to a crawl because the same thing happens. You like just pumping your legs, and you're big guys. You're like, keep stepping on rungs and just snapping them. You know,
Fat man on a little ladder.
That is, in fact, the face you're making. Is the one on your token.
Yes.
All right, you guys are, right behind the ladies, but maybe halfway up, and it is now. These guys have managed to. Let's see, put you two over here. You're almost at the top. You guys are here, cutting up trying to get up the. Oh, let me go ahead and change the background image. Yeah, there we go. Ba-da-ba-ba. All right, you guys are over here. And let's see, these guys are way down here. And then we got. There we go. Lovely representation.
There we go. Yeah.
Yay.
Hauling ass up the ladder. However, now they are shooting at you.
They're shooting up the
Yeah, they've made at least one of the guys has made it to the bottom of the shaft and is like
I'm going to start providing cover fire.
Excellent. Well, let's see. They'll fire first. Oh, nope. They are
Accurate.
bullets are hitting all around you, but nobody's getting hit. Go ahead and return fire, Tom.
Any modifier?
No, because you're hanging on a ladder.
Where did the stupid thing go? There we go.
Are you firing with your rifle?
I am. 3-round burst. 3-round burst. Oh, wow.
Nice.
oh no.
Ooh, all right, that's a critical success. So why don't you go ahead and roll a percentile for me? 38. It's not an immediate kill, but it is going to be 8, 9, 10, 11 times 2 is 22.
How could that not be an immediate kill? What does he have, 80 hit points?
No, the auto kill is 20%.
Oh, right, okay.
It's lethality is how you get the auto kill, but it is 22 points of damage. So
Well, I did funny.
check on them real quick. It still might kill them. How many hit points do they have?
Minus armor.
Minus armor, which is 5. Oh, Tom, you shoot that guy in the face and several times with bullets because you're firing on fire, and his brains hit the floor behind underneath him, and he just crumples in a heap.
Nice.
as you have killed one of those guys. Congratulations.
Assholes.
Everybody else, make athletics checks.
All right.
Good.
Oh,
Jessica and Judith, success.
do I need to do a dexterity roll?
Only
that
if
one
you
critical?
got critical fumble.
Okay. All right.
All right. Another guy, this time using a little cover a little better, is firing a burst back at you, Tom. Greg, what'd you get on yours?
What did I get on what?
Your athletics check. I just had everybody make an athletics check.
Oh, you just now?
Yeah, just now.
Sorry.
No worries. They are still not hitting you. Oh, and that's a fumble.
I did not do well.
All right, but that's okay because the second guy who's firing up at you again with burst fire, he manages to knock an entire section of ladder off the wall, which falls and hits him, knocking him
Oh,
to the
excellent.
ground.
Almost as if somebody had previously loosened large portions of the ladder.
Well, I'm just saying, I'd be thankful that I'm not making the failures of the people above you give you penalties on the people below you, because that would just be cruel, but also realistic.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Top of the next round, everybody. That guy's not able to fire back. The third guy can't get in there to get a shot. The rest of you, give me one more round of athletics checks.
I'm going to continue to provide cover fire.
Critical success.
Ooh, good.
CG, you can make yours with a +20, which means that yours is a success because Jessica got a critical success on hers, so she can climb and help you.
Yeah.
You guys get to the top of the shaft. Go ahead and.
Are there any decent sized beams that I can just chuck down there without looking?
I mean, you can probably knock a whole section of ladder off behind you, but you've got two guys below you.
No, I mean like in the room where we were heading down in. Is there anything kind of decent sized but not so big that I could just chuck down there, and then the fall damage on that, if hits, would be kind of detrimental?
You mean like pull a board off and drop it on them?
Yeah, or if there's like a two, if
Well,
there's
you're
like
not
a
up. You're not at the
4x4
top
or...
yet. You're still on the ladder with us.
Yeah, you're still on the ladder.
Oh, I thought we all. I thought I heard we all made it.
No.
But no, Judith and Jessica just made it to the top. The
Okay.
three of you are still on the last leg of climbing up out of the shaft. But you can try to drop something down the hole.
Not yet. Once we get to the top, yes.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely, yes.
I mean, while you're going, if you happen to the last person, Mr. Jack, happens to kick the ladder behind him so that they can't come up after him, that would be great.
Well, a couple of sections are already falling loose.
No, we can just break that top section loose and throw shit at the guy if he gets that close.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'm gonna need Jonah, John, and Jack. Actually, I'm gonna Jack, Tom. You're
Yes.
taking a round. 6 points of damage minus your 5 for your tactical armor.
Okay.
You only take 1 point of damage. However, I'm going to need you to make a strength check, I think,
That's
or
not
Constitution. Yeah, you can make a Constitution check, whichever's higher. All right, you take a hit from the burst that the guy just popped up and shot one final burst at you guys. You managed to keep your footing and stay on the ladder, but that did sting quite a bit. John and Joan, I'm going to need you guys to make percentile checks, just straight percentile rolls, because this guy's firing a burst.
Oh, I see.
Russell, Chris, you do not get hit
Whew.
by a stray round. Come on, Greg, get lucky.
Yay!
With that note, I'm going to say that you guys at the next round, you managed to, well, this round, you get to the top.
Okay.
You guys climb out of the shaft.
What's a little chain thing?
Yeah.
Okay, rather than try and
Tiniest chain ever.
collapse the
Daniel
chamber,
Yellowhorse is at the top of the shaft helping you guys. Anybody climbing out of the shaft, he's helping you climb out.
Yeah, I'm reaching down. As soon as I clear, I'm reaching down to grab his arms and help him up.
Oh, I have this thing.
Just use the regular ones, which are already threaded.
Because these are cheap, non. It's not like.
We'll drop out of combat rounds for a moment.
Is there any large debris that I could easily pick up and?
Oh, ton.
Yeah, there's.
Then I'm gonna huck a couple of things down the hole.
Got any
Let me see if I have what I want to put down there.
I know.
Flexible cuffs. Oh wait, I've got like not just the ones I pulled from the thing. I've actually got other ones. Lovely.
Well, I'm reading.
Instead of a flashbang, I'm going to throw down a tear gas grenade.
Oh.
All right.
Fuckers.
One of you's throwing debris. You're going to drop a tear gas grenade.
I'm just like throwing like everything, anything close. I'm just heaving it, pushing it with my feet. I'm not standing over the hole. I'm just shoving it from the side.
Make a straight percentile check for me.
Me?
This is a luck check.
Who?
You, Chris.
Oh, okay.
As me as well?
No.
Okay.
What'd you roll? Was that your 88?
Yeah.
All right, you're chucking debris down the tunnel. You cannot tell if you're hitting anybody because they're in the darkness.
Oh yeah, I don't care. I'm just
Visibly,
I am
you know
just
that they're coming
pissed. I'm annoyed and I'm throwing shit at this guy. I'm just
Right.
yeah.
All right. You
to
toss
pull
the
the
tear gas
rope
grenade
up.
down. It starts to, you hear it go off. You can't see any tear gas yet, but because you're 160 feet up and you're not sure exactly how far behind you, but pretty far. You're throwing debris. You hear shouting as you're throwing the debris down, like fuck and fuck. What are you guys gonna do?
I think it's time to hightail it back to the vehicle and get the hell out of here.
Make sure the rope is pulled up and maybe break off the ladder on the top, near the top as well.
Actually, let's do something crueler. Instead of just cutting the rope, let's almost cut the rope.
Oh, so you're gonna lacerate the rope so that it's weakened?
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
All
You
right.
do so. And
to add insult to injury, Russell, he goes, sorry, I hate to be rude, but, and you see him stand over the hole, whips out, and starts peeing down the hole.
All right.
He is mad.
how medieval of you. And Pippi, you kick off the top section of ladder, which drops down. It's really easy to knock this stuff off the wall. And the rest of you are what? Daniel Yellowhorse is running to the entrance to the hole you guys crawled through. He's like, "Come on, let's go!" And he's jumping through the hole out into the.
Okay.
And off we go.
Yep.
I'm shaking it off, zipping up and running.
All right. It is a tense 2 miles back to the car, but it is impossible to tell if you're being pursued. You don't see or hear anybody, and you know that even if they were chasing you, they're a good bit of the way behind you, climbing up through all that debris and also the missing sections of ladder. And then there's the frayed rope. So you have no idea if they made it to the top or not, or when they're making it. But there is a constant sense the whole 2 miles back that at any moment, one of you could get hit in the back with a bullet. You just don't know.
Right.
But you make it back to the car without incident. You're back at the
Right.
car. Daniel's jumped in the driver's seat, started it all up, and you guys all pile in. He takes off and is tearing down the dirt road back down that side of the mountain, back along the lake, and back towards the
Trailer park.
trailer park. Thank you. Yes. As he's driving, and you guys are all kind of like have a moment to kind of like Daniel barks out, "Did you get it?"
Yes, got it
Yeah.
right here.
He just nods, like with this like look on his face, like, "Oh shit, I didn't think that you would do that." All right, great. And he is hauling ass down the road, and you guys are about halfway back to the trailer park, and you're driving along like the outside the town on like a road that runs along the railroad tracks. And then you hear the siren and see the lights as a sheriff's deputy car, zooms up behind you guys and has its sirens going and its lights flashing. And that's where we'll end it.
Nice.
Ah,